Validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. Today was a little less stressful. Still had a lot to do. Managed to cover most of it. We're about 21 minutes after the top of the hour, where we were supposed to start off at about 11 o'clock Central Eastern Standard Time, which is also 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, 7 o'clock California time in the PM hours. That is equivalent to 4 a.m. Green Minutes time and Universal Standard Time. So for everyone who's watching us around the world, I greatly appreciate you guys for coming to This and That. And I'm your host, Xander, where we're going to talk about this, that, and everything in between, because today's topic, we're going to be talking about delaying childbirth and is it ruining your future relationships? So there's going to be, this is one of those controversial topics that YouTube's probably going to limit our viewership on. They're going to put it into that restricted category where adults only can see it. So if you haven't done so yet, before we start talking about this topic, make sure that you go to your settings for your YouTube platform, turn off that restricted mode so that you can get access to more of our show's content. Because we realized that back in September, YouTube used to, or still does, they added this restricted mode onto their platform. They don't tell anybody about it. It just limits the viewership of your content. So anything that is a sensitive topic or controversial in nature or has too much profanity in it typically limits the viewership. So not enough people know that it's there, because you gotta really type it in directly to go find it, because it's not just going to pop up on your For You page quite easily. So if today's show has popped up on your For You page, you're looking for topics like this, and you probably should get in on it. Remember, we're live 7 nights a week. We never let the sun rise without going live. So it's been a thing that we've done. Sometimes we're late. More often than not, we're late. We do come on time some of the times, but not often enough to say that we're always on time. So make sure that you jump in with Seneva. You jump in and give a shout out. Friends, family, colleagues, rep where you're from. And those of you that do dive into the comment section, we'll give you guys a little bit of a brief intro. Utilizing our plethora of this and that custom soundtracks we're going to be showing y'all as we go throughout the show. We know Mr. Satellite's going to dive in tonight. Bayside, Usman, Rev, Chap, 76. We know that you guys are going to be coming through. So special shout out to y'all. Danny Steffen watching us on Twitch. Special shout out to Twitch. Special shout out to Twitter. So as we get started, we have a couple of more topics. I actually was able to list the topics for the next few days. So I noticed that we had 2 shows scheduled for today. I had to change that before I aired, but that one got pushed to tomorrow because it's supposed to be 1 show every day of the week, not 2 shows in one day. We're going to try not to do 2 shows in one day. I can't do that much. I could. I'm not going to say that I can't. I don't want to do that much research to cover 2 different shows in the same day. Unless I was doing a pre-recording so that I could take a day off. But, we're supposed to go live every day of the week. There's no such thing as a day off. We're just going to go live and have a completely unscripted show. That's going to be the only thing that's going to happen there. Real quick, though, we've got the Fit Chef recipes together. I wanted to show that to you guys. I'm waiting on Bayside to chime in because he was talking to me about him, and Usman was talking to me about this. So as soon as I see Bayside's in here, I'm gonna go ahead and start showing you guys the Fit Chef ingredients and stuff to that effect, and how it's interesting because it gives you the ingredients that you need to cook the food. It tells you how much stuff you need to buy and like portions. It does not give you a PDF of the grocery list that you need to buy, but if you write down everything that it tells you to go get, you can go and pick those things up from the store. And then when you get them back to the house, you can select your individual recipes and make your own stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out. And I wanted to show you guys somewhat what we're going to be getting ourselves into. In addition to the Fit Chef scenario, we need to have, I got to go back and acquire some of the other memorabilia that I was talking to you guys about. So that's going to be coming up soon, and still waiting to hear back from Vino Cato. So I haven't taken the time to snippet out Vino Cato's videos where I've been dropping them over the past couple of weeks, but I am going to try to get myself into doing that coming soon, and then also trying to see if I can acquire at least 1 bottle of wine, because I believe that there's a few of these that would go well with the Vino Cato wine, but I got to get my hands on it. So we're going to be talking about that coming soon as well. Then we're going to have some money discussions. We're going to be talking about some money discussions on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So note that as things change, we will keep you guys updated. As the stock market shifts, we'll keep you guys updated. If you wasn't ready for it, you will be by the time I get finished with the topic. So make sure that you just stay tuned and give us a what's up. Now, as I told you guys, my man, Usman, first one in for the night. We're going to show him some what it do. Put on a bright suit today because we're about to talk about a topic that's going to lead straight into like one of those women's liberation topics. But I was like, I haven't worn this shirt in a while, so I'm going to do brown on gold. But special shout out to Usman for the night. Usman says, reporter, if you can apply tariffs on penguins, then why not Xanderville? President, it's complicated. Xander, you better get your behind on front. He said you better get your behind on from here with those nefarious taxes closed as a tariff shit. Shit. Yeah, you better not come around Xanderville with none of that nefarious taxes on clothes and shit. Oh boy. I really appreciate it. He's got his good zinger for the day. I really appreciate that. So now that Usman said, okay. So I can start showing you because I was waiting on Bayside to dive in, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna show you guys what's going on with this real quick. Because this is a pretty interesting set of, hold on now. There it is. Share screen. Now, apparently, what? They got an X there. We're gonna figure out what we're gonna do with that. They give you, based on your profile, you put your diet regimen in there, what you're expecting to have, and it tells you like how many calories you should be working with, protein, carbohydrates, how much fat you should be working with, and then it gives you options for you to determine how many times you're going to eat per day, if you're going to be having a family on there, and then you end up, this is the dashboard, you end up with recipes. Now they give you a meal plan. Now one of the things that's interesting about Fit Chef is that the meal plan, today is day 5. We should have started on day 1, but we're kind of like, this is the 5th day out of the week. Sunday, I'm assuming, is the 7th day. So we're looking like they're going to give us a new meal plan every 7 days. So, or this one says 5 days from now. But regardless of the fact, you've got your breakfast, you got something you can make for a snack, you've got your lunch, after work or school, so like another snack, midday snack. Then you've got your dinner, which is basically eating less more often. And then you have an evening snack before bed. Nothing too heavy, but these things give you the ability with moderation to increase your metabolism. You can make multiple meal plans, change them out as you like. You can go in here and knock off any of the things that you would prefer not to have in your diet. You can also talk about things that you would be allergic to if you want to, stuff that you just don't want to have in your diet in addition to that. And that will help with organizing the scripts and menus to what you would prefer to have. So I thought that this was actually really good. Then, so I was looking over it today and I was like, oh man, I've seen so many different things that I'm going to cook. And I told to myself, I said, well, wait, if we're going to cook a few of these things, I'm going to get creative because yeah, these plates look pretty nifty, but you know, I kind of want put my own little spin to some of this stuff. So I said, okay, well, what we're going to do is I took a few of my favorites, right? And I was thinking that the first one I'm going to try to do is something like a healthy chicken enchilada, make it unhealthy. I thought that this chicken saute that had the sauce here for the chicken, I thought that sauce would be very fantastic for the chicken enchilada. Then I was thinking about the spicy tile omelet with turkey. I'm like, yep, that'll be a good breakfast one day. But I also thought that this chicken wrapped in bacon would go fantastic with the sauce that's going on this chicken saute bowl, and stuff all of that into the enchilada. And then you have the quesadilla with the ground turkey, which is going to be a snack after the enchiladas. So I'm thinking one day it's going to be enchiladas and quesadillas with omelets. And I was like, what? Hold on. Did I show all of this stuff to you? He said 162 grams protein per day. Yes. That UI is well put together, bro. They did a lot of stuff on that one, and I was sitting over here thinking, I didn't even see how y'all was able to see that. Let me share the screen again and make sure that y'all saw what I was looking at, because I was looking at it. I was just sitting over here talking to y'all like, oh, this is fantastic, and I didn't really notice how picture-in-picture worked with y'all. Oh, that's why. Oh, yeah, so it does a little thing. See, I always wanted them to put it like bigger, like do like a 9x6. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on that. Either way. Full screen layout. Oh no, it doesn't do full screen. They ain't right. trying to find a way to make it bigger. He says, having dinner 4 times a day. You is darn skippy, bro. As soon as I seen this food, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to get me a whole lot more, like, because I usually eat 4 times a day, but I eat 4 lunches a day. I don't do like the light breakfast, midday snack. I usually eat like big meals at odd hours. Like my breakfast time is like 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, because I'm here overnight. Then I have another one at like 6-7 o'clock at night. Then I have another one at like 2-3 in the morning. Then I have one more at 4-5 a.m. And then I'm like, all right, I can fall asleep on this meal, and then when I wake up in the morning, I'm hungry. So yeah, I'm just sitting over here thinking, I'm like, yeah, we're gonna piece this stuff together. So I've got information on that. I should have grabbed it and then threw it up here, because I wasn't ready to like throw it out there to you guys, but I gave you guys the link in the other show. If you want the link, just comment and I will send you guys the link, because I didn't grab the link today. I was grabbing links for everything else, but I have the links accessible. And then I'll be able to throw those links to you where you can go ahead and pick up your own Fit Chef. And I think this was pretty cool, because it gives you a wide variety of stuff that you can do, and then it changes up what it recommends on a regular basis. It's got a laundry list of meals that you can choose from, and I'm eager to see like what's going to happen next. So since I'm starting it off, I told you guys I got to get the this and that apron, so I'm going to be picking that up. So until I have the this and that apron, you're probably just going to see the food being made and actually made, and then when I get the apron, you'll see me cooking in the apron with the food or something to that effect. We'll figure it out. But we're going to be doing those. I can't tell you how many times a month we're going to be doing those. I'm going to try to build it up to at least once a week, but I can't. But that's like productivity levels. I'm aiming for like twice a month right now, just to be sure that I can get them done. And then because I got to do the video, then I got to edit the video, and then I got to post the video, and that's a lot. The second half is a lot of work. If I was doing it live, it wouldn't be a problem, but because I'm going to be pre-recording it, then I got to edit it, and then I got to put it all together. It might take a little bit of time. So I'm gonna start off by setting myself with baby steps goals by trying to do one cooking video a month, and then as I get it posted, I'm going to immediately work on another one. So I'm not going to just do one. I'm going to do one at a time. And as quickly as I can get it up there, I get it up there. But I'm going to try to schedule it no less than once a month so that we can get it up there. And if I can get 2 or 3 of them a month up there, then I will. If I can get like once a week up there, then I will. But we're going to try to work on that and see how well we can fit that in with all of the other stuff that I'm doing on the show. There he is. See, I told you he was coming. I was waiting on him to get here. Usman says Xander's diet: dinner, midday dinner, light dinner, and then dinner squared. He's so right. He's so right. Happy Friday to you too as well. I thought today was Saturday for like half the day, and then I was like, oh yeah, it's a weekday. What's upper Usman? Now we're about to dive into we be rocking out real quick. We're about to get into this topic for today, because I know a lot of people came for that specific topic. I didn't rickroll y'all. We're about to get into that topic of the day, but before we do, Usman, take a look at this real quick. I want to show you this because you and I were talking about food yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that you see the wild stuff that we got going on with the recipes. Take a look at this real quick. This is some of the meals that's gonna be on the thing. It's got all kinds of stuff on here, and I wanted to make sure that you saw it as well. This is the favorites list that I'm gonna be cooking first. I'm gonna take this chicken wrapped in bacon and use this sauce and stuff it in this enchilada, and then take this omelet and use it to make this quesadilla, and that's going to be 2 meals. That's what we're going to that's what we're working with here. But there's a lot of stuff here because there's a lot of different meals. If you follow the recipe, you can make all kinds of different dishes that are fantastic. Supposed to be filling meals, but I'm greedy, so we're going to see. I'm also American, so you're going to see overly proportioned food. It's gonna look pretty weird. I'm going to try to make it look like the picture. Can't guarantee it, but we're going to see what we can do. We're going to see what we can do about that. I'm about to roll up my sleeves. Exactly. I was getting ready to do the same thing. I'm about to roll up my sleeves. Who's going to get that crunk? Now, I know a lot of the ladies was jumping on today's show because it was ready to take my head off. So let's go ahead and take this time so that we can talk about today's topic, because we're going to be talking about if and why women delaying pregnancy until later on is a bad thing for them. So I know they're not gonna like me for this one, and I don't mind. Because I come from logic and statistics. I'm not coming from like a male chauvinist perspective, but if you think I am, then that's your problem, not mine. Because this is a man's point of view. However, I'm using statistical facts and evidence here, so I'm not just sitting over here picking on y'all. I'm just coming over here from a point of view where y'all are going to be like, oh, I didn't know that. And if you did, you probably didn't care about it, like people who smoke and notice smoking can cause cancer. Yeah, you guys are delaying pregnancy and coming to find out that that's not good for you either. Not saying that you should get pregnant for the first guy that you meet, but you should probably think about the information that I'm about to provide to you guys real soon. Now, Usman says Xander is doing algebra with food, taking things from here and there until there's a balance. Actually, there's supposed to be balanced meals. So I'm taking things from here and there, and this is inequalities because each one of these things equals one good meal, but they're not. So this is actually going to be more like a chemistry, stoichiometry style scenario where we're going to take the reactants of 5 different recipes and make the product of two meals. That's what we're going to be doing. And it's going to be crazy. I don't know. And I don't know how long the video is going to be or anything like that, because I'm going to have like segments with the ingredients being chopped up and all this other stuff, but I'm going to do more of like the preparation style, and then I have to show you guys what the finished product looks like. Good, bad, or ugly, I got to show you guys what the finished product looks like. Hopefully I don't burn it. We're going to figure this part out. But Bayside says, sounds like Xander is going outperform Gordon Ramsay. Well, I don't know if I'm going to outperform Gordon Ramsay, but I might be able to do like a co-video with Cooking with Kaya if I could do this right. If she could twerk on the left side of the screen and I can cook the food on the right side of the screen, and we can make it work. Usman said cooking shows name The Alchemy of Food, presented by Chef Xander. Now that is a good hold on. I'm gonna have to turn that into a platform name. He said The Alchemy of Food. Now look, that was, I'm writing that down right now. He said Alchemy of Food. You're gonna see the playlist called exactly that. So we're gonna get that done. Now let's go ahead and see. I love great ideas. We brainstorm on a regular basis, and then we try to make it do what it do. Now, let's get real for a second. Can putting off having kids actually mess with your future? Now, I'm waiting on the ladies to come in. Special shout out to Max at Pose. We're going to give him a little bit of a send off here. And then we're going to get right on to our main topic. A special shout out to TF Fireball. I know he's going to be coming in too. He's got mangoes. Oh no, we're not doing taper fade. Either I thought you like rap. I like all kinds of music, but this music was made exclusively for the podcast. So we're playing podcast music. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You don't have to love it, but you're gonna love it. You're gonna play it often enough that it becomes so catchy that you're like higher ground while you're taking a shower. That's what we're gonna be doing. Anyway, since we're talking about if putting off having kids actually will mess up your future relationships, I want to hear what you guys think as we dig into this topic together. I want you guys to think about this. I mean, yeah, you could chime in too, Max, because I mean, he said, do you like barbecue bacon burgers? Barbecue sauce, bacon, and burgers. So if you take the burger, stuff it with pepper jack cheese, then wrap it with bacon and marinate it with barbecue sauce, yeah, that would be a good burger. Now, you could chime in on this one too, Max. You think that having kids early is better or worse? But think about this though. More and more people are hitting pause on parenthood, and maybe to chase careers, dreams, get financially solid, or just because they're not ready to dive into diapers and midnight feedings. But I mean, if the chicks were dating me, they'd be doing midnight feedings anyway, because I mean, I'm eating in the middle of the night too. When I was younger, the kitchen closed at 8 o'clock, but I'm grown now. The kitchen is 24 hours a day, like a Waffle House. My kitchen is open longer than a Waffle House. Waffle House is closed down. My kitchen stays open. We're cooking with butane and propane and solar panels, and let there be a power outage, we're still cooking something. I don't care what's going on with it. Times have changed post-COVID. Waffle House used to be an undisputed, never closing champion of the world, and not no more. Usman said, Zanderville rule number 2: men can either men can enter. Ladies are welcome. Asian ladies are even. Now, y'all see what he said? I'm just going to co-sign on that right there. Ladies are welcome, and Asian ladies are even more welcome. You know, the Asian ladies cook 4 times a day. They do the food prep and everything. So any Asian ladies that's looking for a man that's going to do right, hey, you got to know how to cook. Comment down below. But now here's a twist though. Society still loves to whisper in everybody's ears about the right timing to have kids. And have you ever felt that pressure from old school telling you that you're getting too old, that you need to hurry up and go get it in, versus the young folks that's telling you don't do it, you're better than that, stuff to that, or maybe you watched your friends start up a family and wondered if you're falling behind the rest of the group, especially if you're the only person in your friend group that isn't in a family, that doesn't have kids, that has not started working on your legacy genetically. And that's a good question. Bayside said it's fine if there's a plan and the plan incorporates a time frame like a 2-year or 5 years, but it's a problem with the decision is indefinite with no time frame. Well, if you're planning to have children, there's going to be more pressure with reproduction, because you're timing ovulation, there's no romance involved in it. You're just like knocking boots because today's the day to knock boots. You know, but fellas, you guys could make this actually more interesting. Ladies are not going to be too much okay with this, but the fellas, you guys can make this more interesting. There are apps out there that work. If you're not paying attention to the signs, like sometimes some women, they have breakouts, they have acne. That's what another reason why they wear all that makeup, they cover up the blemishes. So usually women that have smooth skin start having pimples. That's usually close to ovulation. So if your timing smashing your chick on the days out of the month when she looks her ugliest, she's probably ovulating those days, bro. And you could just turn her inside out. Those days when she's not as energetic, those days when she's in a bad mood and she's causing you unnecessary problems when you ain't did nothing wrong, she's probably ovulating those days, because typically women have more emotional swings during that time of the month. And after that time of the month is over, that's when their ovulation period is there. So you can run in there at that exact moment, turn an argument into a romantic situation, knock some boots and get you some kids. And that's your timing. It's like a Trojan horse ambush. But I mean, that's if you're trying to make this type of plan like an exciting plan. However, when you start talking about planning for like, do we have enough money to pay for the kid, this, that, and the third? Yeah, you're never going to be ready for that. I told you guys before, it takes a man 3/4 of his life to reach the financial status to be able to take care of himself and 1 to 3 other people based on his income levels and the financial expectations of the other people in his lifestyle. Which means that about 45 years old, he starts being financially stable to take care of a kid. Now, the woman at 45 years old is not capable of having the kid more often than not. But they can still have kids, but there's going to be problems with it. We're going to be talking about that later on in the show with more of the statistics as to why it's not a good idea for women to prolong pregnancy. Make sure you guys like and subscribe as y'all come in. He said that was my wife who just sent that. Bro, that's fine. Y'all could be both watching this at the same time. I have no problem with that. Hi, Mrs. Bayside. But the weird statement about that is that there's gonna be like a 2-year to 5-year plan is a good way to go as far as like the difference in space between whether or not you're going to have multiple children back to back or whether you're going to stick with just one. But you have to also understand that you're never going to be ready. You're never going to go from being just you and one other person that could potentially carry their own income and bring in half of the cost of the two of you versus the two of you coming together with an extra mouth to feed that you have to rearrange your schedules for. Because you can work whenever you want to work and your partner can work whenever they want to work because y'all are both adults. But when y'all have a child in the mix, one of you has to be at home at all times with the child until y'all feel comfortable with having a babysitter. And then having a babysitter is an extra financial expense. So you have to factor that into your budget. You have to factor in the cost of taking care of the child, which is usually $15,000 to $25,000 a year per child. Then you have to factor in the child's education once the child starts going to school. And if you're going to be the type of parent that teaches your child at home before they get to school, that's going to be another thing, whether you're going to pay for preschool and daycare and all this other stuff. So all of these factors in planning is some of the reasons why women prolong pregnancy, because they're not going to put their effort into giving birth to a child if they're not prepared. But if you think about it, everybody watching the show today came from a family that wasn't prepared. And most of us kind of got our shit together as far as like we're stable, we're not in and out of a mental institution, like we can make logical and rational decisions. We probably didn't get the right education that we were supposed to get as far as financials, but we were supposed to learn that from somebody who had learned that. And if they hadn't learned that, they couldn't teach it to us at a younger age. As we're learning it, we're going to be able to teach our kids. But our parents and our parents' parents had kids when the kids happened, not because they were financially ready to have kids. I can tell you, me, myself, I was created during the birth control phase. So I wasn't even supposed to be created. And I was actually created after the tubes were cut and tied. So there was only supposed to be 2 kids. And then I showed up. So that's how strong I was. I bypassed birth control and a surgery and still got created. So the fact is that it's never, and then I'm the most successful one out of the three. That's even more funny. So it's never a planned scenario. So prolonging how long it's going to be before you have a kid is not a feasible scenario. The only thing that makes more sense in our technological eras, as we talked about before on the show, is that if you're removing your eggs at a younger age, freezing them, and then getting you a younger surrogate, so that if you're in your 40s, you can find you like a 20-year-old surrogate that will have the child for you, and then your child is still there, and you can do what you want to do as a 40-year-old mother without having to go through the health risks of giving birth at 40 or 45 and still being able to be that mother, then you can work some stuff out. But when you start talking about the natural births from the actual mother, that's when we start having some issues with the timing that woman has versus the ability for us to be prepared before her time runs out, as far as having a natural birth. Now, Bayside said infant care is $1,500 to $1,800 in the baby area. That's per month though, bro. That is not per year. That is per month. That is not per year. Because you're talking about diapers, you're talking about formula, bottles, toys, clothes that the child is only going to wear one time. And then you're either going to throw them away, give them away, or hold on to them hoping that you have another child. And if you don't get gender neutral clothes, you're going to have a boy the first time, have a girl the second time, and now you have 2 stacks of clothes that you only can wear once on your children. It is what it is. You unless you're lucky to have like 3 girls back to back, where you could just take the baby clothes from the first child and put it on the second child, because the babies aren't going to complain. You gave me hand-me-downs as a baby. Nobody cares about that. Elon Musk could have been given hand-me-downs as a baby, but he's a billionaire now. It doesn't care. You know, the thing is that 0 through 3, the children aren't complaining about what clothes they're wearing. 4 and 5, they're not complaining about what clothes they're wearing. Maybe 6, 7, and 8, depending on how mature they are, they're going to be complaining, and whether or not they're going to public school and their older siblings are damaging the clothes. Now the clothes aren't new anymore. Then they might start complaining at 8 and 9 in like elementary school or in middle school. Typically, fashion starts becoming a thing in middle school and high school, but you don't really have to worry about that when you're dealing with the single digits. But no, 1,500 to 1,800 in baby area. No, 15. That's per month, bro. That's per month. But he said Xander's a real superhero. I appreciate that. I'm a fighter. I got a strong will. I've died 3 times in my life that I can remember. Yeah. It was 2 car crashes and a drowning. Not my idea, but it happened. So because when we're talking about the infant era, we're looking at like I said before, we're looking at all the stuff we have to do to get the baby. We have to do the baby crib, then you go from the crib to the small baby bed, then from the small baby bed to the regular size baby bed. And the children grow so fast in the first few years that nothing stays the same month to month. So you're always buying new stuff. And then shoes is going to be frequently purchased, and the shoes aren't cheap. And it's not cheap. And that's why when we start talking about like all of the stuff that's being hit by the tariffs, baby stuff, toys, clothes, shoes, everything. So everything is going to be going up 17%. So you're going to be seeing like $75 outfits for kids, $200, $300 outfits for kids. And the baby's only going to be able to wear it once, twice if you wash it quick enough. And then after that, the kid's too big for the outfit. Then you've got to buy another one. And no matter how cute it is, and that's why I say it's stupid to buy children, toddlers, name brand clothing because the child can't read, write, or spell yet, and you're prioritizing the brand that the child is wearing because the adults will fawn over the name brand that the child is wearing because the parents bought that for the child. That does not represent the child's image. That represents the parents' image. And if the parents were more fiscally responsible, then they wouldn't spend so much money on baby stuff, because Louis Vuitton for a one-time outfit for a toddler, and God forbid the child throws up on it and stains it where it can't be used again, it's not worth it. But beyond that, the planning is never a feasible way to have the kid. Now, if we were coming from generational wealth, where our parents were building up for us, teaching us how to save, and from our first job at 14, 15, 16 years old, if we were putting away a 10-year plan so that by the time we were 25, we would have the money to pay for a kid, and then as a female, you're in your 20s, you find a man that has the same financial responsibility as you do. He's in his 20s. Y'all have a kid, and y'all would be ready for it. But anybody who is in a normal American family that's grown up in the financial struggles, you leave out of the household, no longer a financial burden on the household, and now you're taking care of your own financial struggle. You meet somebody else that's handling their own financial struggle. Y'all come together, y'all struggling together, and you think that you're going to formulate a plan to prepare for a baby before you're old enough to not have children. That's not going to work. You got a 10 to 20 year plan. If you meet somebody at 20 years, 25 years old, you're going to be 45 before you can financially afford a child. And as a woman, you're past the menopause phase at 45. You're long past the menopause phase at 45. So if you're not doing your 20-year plan at 18 for the men, and then the woman would be finding a man that's in his 40s who's got his setup at that time. And then the women, we were just talking yesterday about how the women are frowning on the men getting the younger women, but they're supporting the women that are getting the older men. The women should be supporting the men that are getting younger women, because it takes the man 3 times more to get successful than the woman. And then the woman is going to benefit from the man's success. So if she's going to maintain herself for childbearing between 18 and 28, and he's going to make himself financially successful between 20 and 45, then the 45-year-old is dating the 22-year-old, and he can afford to give her the children that she wants to have. And she can feel safe in his financial structure to bear his children because he got his shit together. The women that are 35 and 40 years old, single, divorced, widowed, you already had your opportunity, but you should be rooting for the next generation to not be single by saying, girl, go ahead and prepare yourself for a man that will be able to take care of your kids. And then tell the men, be that man that takes care of your kids. Be a generation of men that should not have to go to divorce court and fight for custody. Be that generation of people who share the child and love the child unconditionally from both sides of the fence. Even if y'all got to live on 2 different sides of town, y'all still supposed to be able to work together with the child because y'all created that child and y'all wanted that child. But that's not something that we talk about on a regular basis in modern 2025. Special shout out to Pat. I got Pat's comment.
Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found.
Big fan. Pat's coming in. Pat Pounce Jr. I said Pounce. It's Ponce.
Breaking ground.
Pat says, well said on the generation wealth inheritance. We talk about the generational wealth inheritance thing for quite a bit, but it's really the thing, because since we do not have the generational wealth inheritance, we don't have the ability to hit the ground running at 18, where we've already got generational wealth. We've got a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. When you think about generational wealth, you think Rockefellers, you think multi-millions of dollars. It doesn't have to be that. Generational wealth, your parents could have had like $200,000 sitting in stock options that's paying like $50,000 a year, and because that is a $50,000 a year income coming in that you inherit, in addition to whatever you're doing for a living, even if you're doing a raggedy job that's paying you $30,000 a year, if your inheritance is paying you $50,000 a year, you have an $80,000 a year income, you're hitting the ground running. If you met a woman that was making $30,000 a year, you and her grew up in the hood, both of y'all making $30,000 a year like CJ and Denise, and then you can get with her and your ancestors $50,000 a year, make sure $60,000 a year, $110,000 a year, and y'all can hit the ground running, middle class lifestyle, prepare for a child. As long as you're taught how to financially manage yourself when you become of age, having that generational wealth gives you a better opportunity to be more successful. Also, if you're fiscally responsible and you're able to live underneath the financial structure of your inheritance, you don't necessarily have to work. You're working because you want to. You want to increase your wealth. You want to increase the quantity of money that's being generated every month, every year. So you're working by choice, which means your attitude is going to be different towards your job because you're here because you want to, not because you need it. Your level of desperation is not going to be there, which means you're going to have a better decision-making process with finding the right kind of job. And then you're also going to be in a different scenario where if the job does not respect you and your values, you can remove yourself from the job instead of allowing yourself to be belittled by the job because you need the money. So there's a whole different atmosphere when you're dealing with generational wealth. But even still in that scenario, planning for the kid, you're still not going to be able to plan for the kid. You're going to be able to say, okay, we can afford it if we have one. And that's what we're going to be talking about is like the structure behind if things get rough with having a child, when having a children are a thing. But while we're going to make this a conversation, I want you guys to definitely chime in as y'all come through. Make sure y'all like and subscribe, hit those reaction buttons. But have you ever worried that waiting to have kids could create tension with your partner? And this is going to be more of a question for the women than the men, but I want the men to chime in on if you feel more tense, if you're in a relationship where you wanted kids and she doesn't want to have them yet. But this could also be the same way if you're a man and you feel like you're not financially stable, you want to wait, but she wants to be a mother. This actually goes both ways. How would you guys feel about that? And then another question, as y'all generate y'all's answers, do you feel outside pressure from the family or the friends who already are parents? Moms and grandmas that keep asking when they're gonna have their next grandbabies. You know, you got like some kind of it's a unspoken level of uncomfortable conversation where when you're standing next to somebody, before you even handed her the engagement ring yet, you got your ancestors sitting over here talking about when are you gonna give us some grandbabies? I mean, we don't feel comfortable with talking about the birds and the bees with our children. So why are we sitting over here talking about when y'all gonna fucking make babies? It's like it throws up all kinds of stuff. But that's that pressure. Basically, I said absolutely, especially friends that have kids and you don't. It's always a scenario. And if they got kids, and they could have quite a few, because I had a buddy of mine that I used to mentor, and he had quite a few kids. And I'm sitting over here looking at like the decisions that he make, I would not make, but that's beyond the point because it had nothing to do with his kids. It was just his decisions as an adult that did not impact the children at all, but it's just his decisions. I was like, bro, I would not be making those decisions. But I'm looking at like, if I was him, I would have waited, but he's got 5. And I'm like, I don't have 5, but however you're making your decisions, you taking care of 5 kids. I'm just taking care of me and maybe 1 or 2 dogs. I'm like, all right, go you. And he's like, man, when you gonna have some and bring some to the set, man? Your kids and my kids can be friends. And I'm sitting here looking like, I know. One day, gotta find the right Asian chick. Brayside says, bro, what's more difficult is when you do have kids and you're invited to house parties with a bunch of couples that want kids but just can't have kids. Okay, now that was going to be another discussion for today, though, but it was going to be another discussion because your life changes when you're a parent. the family functions are going to be prioritized. You're going to go places and do things with the kids that you otherwise would not have done if you did not have kids. Your activities are always going to be focused on if the children can participate. There are some things, especially new parents, that will not include the kids and they'll get a babysitter, but more often than not, mom's going to say, let's do something to get the kids out so that we can do stuff as a family. You know, dad's going to be all for it, but it's primarily going to be mom's idea. Let's do something with the kids. And it's going to be dad's idea to say, let's do something just the two of us, because you and I haven't bonded in a while. It's always been either you and the kids, me and the kids, or me, you and the kids. It's never been me and you in a while, which delays having more kids. So it's going to be one of those scenarios. But outside of that scenario, you do have that situation where it is like talking about dead people. You have children and you go over to somebody's house who are unable to conceive but are still trying. And I think what's worse than that is you going over to their house with your kids and they just survived a miscarriage. It is like, as a guy, I don't know what to say in this situation, because I'm not going to tell you I'm sorry. That's first of all, that's pitying you, and there's nothing to pity there. And second of all, I didn't do anything wrong. And I told you guys before that I don't like apologizing when I didn't do anything wrong. And I don't know anything else to say besides, damn, that sucks, but that sounds heartless. So now we're in this awkward moment of silence because you're talking about what's not going right in your pregnancy attempts. And I'm sitting over here flaunting my entire lineage of future football players that's not going to make it past Little League. And the fact is that that's always a awkward scenario. I see you, Bayside, but real quick, special shout out to Ruderus. Ruderus has been stomping me.
My network is my network. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles.
Moving quickly. I thought that the game was going to be slower because I set it up for 3-day moves, but the games have been moving pretty quick. Somebody realized that I'm on live and they're starting to challenge me. Now's a good time for Mr. Satellite to fall in. Oh, it was a good game. It was a good game. See that. So he was whooping me up, and apparently what happened was I seen something, I went for it, and I was aiming for a draw. And when I went and checked his king, he was supposed to move his king, and that would cause me to check his king, and we would be moving back and forth with the check. But instead, he blocked his king with his rook. And when I seen the fallout of how that would have turned out, I was like, oh, damn. So I was aiming for a draw. And that did not go the way I was planning on it. I was aiming for a stalemate, but it did not go the way I had planned, because I did not in the slightest think that he was going to move his rook to block his king. But when he did, I was like, oh, that sucks. Well, what do I do about this? I was supposed to draw. Now I've got to kill off my queen. Back to Bayside's comment, though. Good to see you, though, Ruderus. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all fall in today, and also mash those reaction buttons. Bayside, because Ruderus, I know you're young. You're in here on the same age group as Max Opposer. What do you think about people deciding on waiting until later to have kids? You can always put your 2 cents in. That's not that answer is not related to the question. That answer is related to the chest thing. I just want y'all to know. I'm throwing up responses, but I'm not. That's also related to the joke before the chest thing. I recognize the lag. Bayside said another thing is it as a man, not all, but a lot of men don't really connect with the children until they're about 5 and up, because the mother has the strong bond. Well, I'm gonna Can you repeat the question? Okay, so here's the question. And I'm gonna say it while it's up here so that you know that I'm asking a question. We're talking today about women delaying childbirth until they get older. A lot of women, like Bayside's wives, talking about having a plan, 2 to 5 year plan to have kids. And I'm asking, what is your opinion? Because you're a man. How do you feel about delayed childbirth? Delaying childbirth means that we're not going to have kids now. We're going to wait until we're older, and then we're going to have kids. This is the type of question where you're in your 20s and you're talking about waiting till your girlfriend's in her 30s or 40s and having kids when you're more financially stable. What's your opinion on that? Bayside's catching up with the laughter now. Bayside, now your statement of men not connecting with the kids until they're about 5, not just because the mother has a strong bond. The child bonds with the person that's in the child's face the most. So the child will bond with women that breastfeed because the child is with the mother more often than the child is with the father. If the child is being bottle fed, anybody can have the child. The child will form a stronger bond with the nanny than the child will bond with the father or the mother, because the child is with the nanny more than the child is with the mother and the father. The child will recognize the mother and the father as authority figures and recognize the nanny as the help, like Alfred and Batman, but the child will still have a stronger bond with the nanny because the nanny's in the child's face more often than not. Men spend more time at work. Women spend more time at the house taking care of the kids, especially if they're breastfeeding. But if they're not breastfeeding, women can be at the job working, and the men can be stay-at-home dads taking care of the kids, and the children would form stronger bonds with the men. Now, because in a traditional family, when the men are working and the women are staying home, the women are with the children more. The women build a stronger bond with the kid until the kid can walk. Then dad can come and get the kid when the kid's able to walk and take the kid with him to go do stuff to give mom a break so that mom can go to sleep. Now, while mom's going to sleep, the kid's having more fun with dad than the kid was having with mom, because mom always told the kid, no, don't stop, so that the kid won't break nothing, tear nothing up, or give mom extra stuff to clean. And dad's saying, yeah, go ahead and tear stuff up because mom's going to clean it up later. Now dad becomes a kid's best friend, and that's when you start having a different relationship, because what mom tells me no about, dad tells me yes about, and that's when the kid goes over, I want to go spend time with dad because dad's the fun one. But then when the kid's 7, 8 years old and dad's no longer the fun one, because every time the kid messes up, mom's going to go tell dad to beat that ass. And that's when dad becomes the disciplinarian. So yeah, that's kind of how that works in a nuclear family. Ruderus answers the question with, they like to have a free life until they're bored of it. Then they want a kid. That is the perfect answer right there. That is the perfect. Hold on. I got you. That's the perfect.
Just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations.
This young man hit the nail on the head. He is not even 18 yet, and he knows what it is. And that's crazy that all men of all ages, this young man knows what's going on. All men of all ages knows what's going on. He's in like high school. Okay, I told y'all we got some young bucks here. Ruderus and Max the Poser are like high school. Ruderus has got a stable relationship right now. His parents just approved it. I'm telling y'all, like, these folks, if you learn from a younger age how to get your stuff together and take, okay, see, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I tell y'all keep y'all comments appropriate. But that's what I'm talking about. Even this Nico that was on here a few weeks ago, he was 17. And these young men know exactly what's going on in the world because they're listening, they're paying attention to their elders, they're learning from our mistakes and the mistakes of our elders, and then they're going to make better decisions so that they don't have to go through the hard life that we went through, which means that by the time they reach our age, they should be more successful than we were when we got there. And with that idea, that's where the premise of this podcast comes from, is bringing all walks of life, is that apprenticeship and showing them, hey, let's do better, be better, and exhume better. But he hit the nail. He sounded like somebody in they late 40s, early 50s, and he just came out the woodwork like these women like to live life until they get bored with having fun. Then they want to have kids. They want to have kids typically between 30 and 35. And they're trying to rush and have kids because they're experiencing that pressure from society. And they recognize the biological clock where menopause hits at 40. So they have to bear the children before 40. They might be able to bear the children after 40, but the year of 40, they have no egg. There's no fertility there at 40 years old. So they're not going to receive anything else until after 40, but it's going to be a rough one after 40. And that's what we're going to be talking about later on in tonight's show. Basically, I said, like Ruger said, they have that free life until they're bored of it. Then they get a kid and then they don't want to work. Well, they never wanted to work. They chose to work so that they would not have to depend on a man, because they do not want to be submissive to a man. And in order for them to, like Ruderus said, but to prevent from having to submit to somebody else's authority, the problem that they're going to have is that they will be their own boss. But if they wanted to live that life of no responsibility, they just have to really figure out what kind of lifestyle they want to live, how much does that cost, and what kind of income a man has to have to give them that kind of lifestyle. Then go find out the expectations of that man so that they can do that, so that they can live the lifestyle that they want to have to live without having to work. Then when they're paying attention to the kind of man that they're trying to get, what they will be getting is a kind of man that's fiscally responsible, that has a financial income to provide her for the lifestyle that she wants without going bankrupt. Not a bubble pop situation, not a fluctuating stock market situation, a steady incline situation. And as long as he has the right decision-making process, she should be able to then say, I will settle down with this guy and do whatever he wants to do and take care of the kids at the same time. Now, she could also be a fiscally successful woman and say, well, I want to go and make money for myself. I want to find a guy that's fiscally responsible. We'll pay for a housekeeper. We'll pay for a landscaper. He could stay home with the kids, or we could do a part-time thing where I work a little less, he works a little less. We got a nanny in the middle, and whatever the case may be. But the fact is that the type of life she wants to live is supposed to be bounced off of the type of income she expects her man to have to provide her with that type of lifestyle. Now, she's going to provide a percentage of the income required to provide her lifestyle. The requirement of the man's income can be less, but if he's got to fit the whole bill for her lifestyle, the requirements for him has got to be higher, which means the requirements from him is going to be higher, which means she's going to have to do more stuff to satisfy that man. And all the stuff that he's expecting her to do is going to be outside of the bedroom, cost her no money. Rita said they want to enjoy their lives. Everybody wants to enjoy their lives, but men are taught to be protectors and providers. And since men are taught to be protectors and providers, we find duty in earning a living, building resources, and then finding somebody to share that with. Women have no duty. Their responsibility is to look attractive in modern society. And since that is the only responsibility that they have, they can enjoy as much entertainment as possible because of the level of attraction that they're able to maintain, no matter how much it costs them to maintain that. So a lot of women, believe it or not, go to work to make enough money to look pretty so that they can attract men, so that the men can pay for their standard of living, instead of her looking butt ass ugly and paying for her own standard of living. Bayside said, with the cost of living now, it usually takes 2 incomes to make the mortgage and the rest of the bills. And it actually takes 2.5 to 4 incomes to add a child to that mix, which means that her and him have to have 2 jobs each. And that's one of the reasons why I was saying when your wife got on and she was talking about 2 to 5 year plan, I'm like, 2 to 5 year plan ain't going to help. A 2 to 5 year plan is not going to help. If you're living at 99% of your income with the 2 of y'all together, you're not going to be able to add a third income, a third debt to that by having a child and saying, oh, we're going to plan for a kid. That's like saying we're going to plan for college tuition. How many of y'all's parents had y'all college tuition ready for y'all when y'all was 18 years old? Most of us that went to college, we went to college on Pell Grants. We went to college on scholarships. We went to college because we had 4.0 and 4.5 GPAs. We went to college because we passed the SATs, went to a community college because we couldn't go straight to the 4-year college. And then we made enough grades in the 2-year college that when we got to the 4-year college, they just took us because we were already smart, rocking 2 years of a 4.0 GPA. They gave us grants and scholarships and put us and then when we got into the 4-year, we were taking out loans to pay for our education. Our parents didn't pay for our regular education, K through 12, and they did not pay for our higher level education, 4 to 8 years of college, 10 years of college, and none of them paid for our master's degree program. And you got to understand, I'm not saying that they're not paying for nothing, like they did buy our school books. If we had school uniforms, they pay for that, school shoes, stuff like that, school supplies, stuff like that. Yeah, all parents do that. But when we talk about paying for the difference between paying for private school and paying for college versus paying for public school and getting a tax write-off on it, parents didn't pay. Parents put their kids, if they couldn't afford private school, they just dropped the kids off at school like a daycare center, just left them there. You know what I'm saying? And that's really, especially if you're in a financially challenged environment, they drop the kids off and the school got to feed the kids. So you dropping the kids off so that they can eat, because they get breakfast and they get lunch. So all you got to do is provide them with dinner when they get home. The school pick them up, so you put them out the house first thing in the morning so that they can catch the bus and go to school. They're going to get dropped off by the bus to get home. You ain't got to have no food in the house until after they get off the bus. That's one of the reasons why the school system is tapered, where high school gets out before middle school gets out before elementary school, so that the older siblings can get home from school before the younger siblings get home before school, so that the older siblings can feed the younger siblings if the parents don't get home from work until after elementary school lets out. High school students will be at house if the elementary kid gets home before mom gets home. That's how that works. The school system is prepared for the parents not to take care of the kids. Because if the parents were supposed to be there taking care of the kids, all the schools would take the kids in at the same time. All the schools would drop the kids off at the same time. Ruder said, then they work hard for their kids to succeed. No, the men work hard for their kids to succeed. The women work hard to keep the kids from tearing up the house, keep the house from smelling like vomit, and get themselves some sleep. The men work hard to take care of the kids. Now, if the women are going to work, the women will work hard to take care of the kids. But if the women are at the house with the kids, the women are just trying to keep the kids tame. The person who's providing the income is taking care of the people that are at the house, regardless of the gender. And statistically proven that men teach children more logic and reason growing up than what women do. Women do more of emotional manipulation, do as I say, not as I do, or, this whole give and take scenario with emotional attention. The men are going to negotiate with the children. You're not going to get what you want unless you do what I tell you to do. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You do whatever you want to do, but know that your actions have consequences. If you do that, you will get a whooping. If you do this, you will get a treat. What do you want to do? Negotiations. The kids will be able to rationalize, well, I don't want my ass whooped and I want my snack. So I'm going to do what I'm told so I can get my snack. If you teach the children to be responsible instead of allowing your kids to run around like a bunch of baby's kids, your kids will be duty bound. Children, regardless of their gender, find purpose in getting positive validation from their parents. So if you give your children chores, your children will know what it takes to get praise from you. And that makes them do more stuff that you will like. So you teach your kids how to fold the clothes. Even if they do it wrong, they folded the clothes. You teach them how to wash dishes. Even if they get the floor wet, they wash the dishes. You teach them how to mop the floor. And they don't have to get it all the way dry, but at least they tried. But think about this, though. If they clothes is folded up, you ain't got to do it. If you have them wash the dishes before they clean the floor, if they get water all over the floor and then they clean the floor up, all you got to do is come out there with the mop, wring out the mop one time and just dry what they already started with. And you 2/3 of the way done with your household chores. And if you got two, 3 kids, the tall one is handing stuff to the small one and they teach them teamwork. And now you ain't got to do nothing but sit on the couch and watch, Bad Girls Club on Netflix while the kids clean up the house. And then you get them a snack. You got to understand, rewards versus penalties with children is that in the era of kids, something as simple as giving them juice for dinner is a treat instead of water. You follow my instructions, or no juice for dinner. You still getting a full balanced meal. You still getting something to drink. You're not gonna starve to death. It's just that your favorite drink that you would get for lunch, for dinner, you're not gonna get that because you didn't follow instructions. Something as simple as that. You don't have to give them cake and ice cream every single time. You don't got to give them Skittles and stuff like that. You really want to stay away from Skittles after a while, because I mean, if you teach your kids how to walk around with Skittles, they might end up like other people that we know that walk the streets at night with Skittles and didn't make it home. So you want to kind of stay away from Skittles, but beyond that, you give them snacks during the daytime, but in the evening time, like orange juice, apple juice, stuff to that effect, Kool-Aid, whatever, you're trying to give the kids as a treat with their dinner. It's like, well, if you didn't behave, you don't get that for dinner. You're just going to get dry water. And something as simple as that reinforces positive behavior. And when you have one child that doesn't follow instructions and the other child that does, you show one child, you get rewarded when you follow instructions by the child that followed instructions gets the juice, and the child that doesn't follow instructions doesn't get the juice. Next time, if you do what that person did, you will get it too. Uniform front. Now everybody's following instructions. But that's parenting. We're talking about childbirth. Now, some people think that, basically I said facts a while back. Some people think that waiting actually makes a relationship stronger. Now, I definitely want to hear from the rest of y'all that's popping in here. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all come through here. Special shout out to those of y'all that is watching us from Twitch, and the rest of y'all that's watching us on Twitter as well. I want to see how many of y'all are going to rock the boat on this one. Now, as we keep going, I want y'all to understand that here's what research says about it. And when I bring y'all to research, y'all going to be sitting here like, oh, dip. Delaying childbirth can be a double-edged sword. On one side, couples who wait often have more time to build a rock-solid partnership and financial foundation, and some studies show that older parents are more mature and ready for the wild ride of raising kids. But let's not sugarcoat it. There are real challenges too, because fertility drops as we age, and health risks can go up for both mom and baby. Plus, emotional and psychological demands of parenting don't exactly get easier with time. Delaying pregnancy can have a range of effects on women, impacting both mental and physical health, as well as social and relationship dynamics. Studies show that women who experience delayed conception or postponed pregnancy report high levels of psychological distress. In a large study of over half, which is 54.3% of women with delayed conception experience psychological distress, with 16% showing symptoms of anxiety and 20% showing symptoms of depression. So y'all would be less bitter and sad and anxious if y'all just have the man's child instead of running out there shaving y'all head screaming abortion. We gonna get on that topic too today. The risks of the distress increases it increases with longer durations of trying to conceive. So the longer it takes for you guys to have a kid, the more your anxiety and your stress levels are going to be. The higher desired family size is going to increase because you're looking at, well, if you wanted to have 5-10 kids and you're looking at dropping 1 kid per year, you're almost at 40. You don't have 2. You're pressured for the fact that you need to have as many kids as possible in a short period of time. And you're under the scope of how often y'all have engagements versus how often you get pregnant from those engagements. That's a lot of pressure. It's like having a 65 on your 3rd test, thinking about how your 4th test is the only test that you have to bring this grade up to a passing grade. And you're like, I got to get this many correct in order for me to pass this test. But I don't know half of this test. That's the kind of pressure that you have when you're dealing with time versus expectations. Then you have social isolation and experiences of emotional or verbal abuse from partners or family members, where people are devaluing you because you haven't had the kids yet, because you haven't had enough kids yet, or because for some reason you're prolonging or delaying the ability to have the kids. And this could make things a lot worse. Women may also face a stigma, especially in cultures where infertility is seen as the woman's fault, leading to further anxiety and depression. So like when Bayside was talking about walking into a room of people who can't conceive, the woman automatically blames herself, even if it ain't her. It could be the guy's low sperm count. It could be the lack of activity of his sperm, or whatever the case may be. That could be here goes something else real quick, and I'm gonna spin this where people didn't even think about this. Did you know that your blood type can predict the successfulness of your fertility? I did not know that. I learned that, and then I was like, oh dip. You notice how the people over in Asia are asking people, what's your blood type? What's your blood type? They smart. A positive blood types are more successful, more fertile than B negatives. B negatives are less likely to reproduce. Doesn't mean they won't. It just means they're going to have a lot harder time. B negative and A negatives are higher risk. A positive and B negative can work, but it's less likely than AB negative. And O is universal, so O can just like, it's whatever. But if you're like a B or an A blood type, and you're just out there with a partner, but you never check their blood type, one of the problems that you could be having with conception is that you guys do not have a compatible blood type. Because you notice that not all blood types can donate blood to other blood types. When your blood type is not compatible with your partner's blood type, your conception is not compatible. People don't think about that part. That doesn't change the fact that her eggs and your sperm can come together in a compatible blood type and fertilize the egg. In vitro offsets that, but until we start spending all that extra money for conception, it is harder for you to conceive when you don't have a compatible blood type. Now, delayed pregnancy can lead to relationship problems and even increased risks of intimate partner violence, particularly in settings where social expectations around motherhood are strong. Delaying pregnancy into the 30s or 40s is associated with increased risks of pregnancy complications for both mother and child, including higher chances of hypertension, gastrointestinal diabetes, and certain birth complications, where research indicates that late childbirth is linked to more depressive symptoms later in life, even after accounting for socioeconomic status and physical health. Something y'all didn't know, this condition that some women have after giving birth to a child, where they don't want the child, they don't want to connect to the child, that's a form of really super strong depression that's just like misdirected rage towards a child kind of thing. And that type of symptom is more dominantly seen in older age groups, in women that have that high level of depression that may or may not have been seen prior to pregnancy. Women who delay pregnancy or face infertility often experience social isolation, particularly in cultures or communities that place a high value in the early motherhoods. And this isolation can intensify the feelings of distress and depression. So delaying pregnancy is often connected to the pursuing career goals or financial stability in low-income households. While this can often benefit, such as increased maturity and resources, it can also lead to the tension between personal aspirations and social or familial expectations. Ironically, men often experience significant stress and emotional turmoil during pregnancy planning. So when Bayside's wife was talking about plan for it, I was telling y'all it ain't always like that. And reason being is because, especially when intimacy becomes scheduled or it feels like a chore, when you guys are not in the mood, y'all just finished fighting, but your alarm clock goes off like, oh, today's the day that we're supposed to do it. The excitement is taken out of it. If a partner is insistent on delaying pregnancy and the man desires to start a family sooner, he may feel rejected, unsupported, or anxious about the future of the relationship. Because a lot of times a man might feel like a woman doesn't want to have his child because she thinks that there's something wrong with him, and she's just not financially stable enough to feel comfortable with having the child. As I told you guys, planning doesn't always work. Now, this can lead to feelings of loneliness, loss of confidence in the man, and even depression, where potentially this will affect intimacy and daily life, which negatively impacts the relationship in and of itself. Now, when one partner, often the woman, unilaterally decides to delay pregnancy, it can create misunderstandings, resentment, and a sense of exclusion for the man. So men may feel that their options and desires regarding family planning are not valued, leading to emotional distress or conflicts. If the delay is not openly discussed and agreed upon, it can erode trust and partnerships. Because if a man's dating a woman and a man says from the first, second, third date that he's looking to continue being a father or starting to be a father or having more children if he has children or having children if he doesn't have children, and that conversation comes up and she says she doesn't want kids right now, she's not ready for it right now, but we're going to talk about it later, 2, 4, 5 years down the line, y'all are still in a relationship, he's making plans for y'all to have kids, but you don't want kids, and now you're in we had that lady come up on the show that had that same experience, and now you feel like he's out of the blue with it because he put a pin in the topic because he wanted to have children. The lady doesn't want to have children, and now that he's got a better job, he's got more income, he's got a bigger house. With the bigger house, there's enough space to have the child, so the financial environment for the child is there. Now it is her turn to show up and produce the kid. She don't want kids though. But see, women are not straightforward with their discussions. Instead of saying, I don't want kids, period, it was like, well, not now. I'm not sure. Maybe later. All no's. Straight up no's. See what I'm saying? It's not yes, but it is all no's. But they reword it in a way where it is received in a non-negative fashion, where the guy's not going to rebel against the girl and break off with her. The false sense of expectation that eventually this maybe will turn into a yes will lead the man on in hopes that she will change her mind, and she never will. So ladies, I tell y'all from the beginning that if the man wants kids and you don't want kids, you break up with him, because he's going to never not want kids. If you don't want kids, don't start dating the guy. Like, that should be one of the first 5 questions that you ask a man. Do you have kids, and do you want kids? Do you want more kids if you don't have kids? Then what's your name and what do you do for a living? Now, social stereotypes often frame fertility and reproductive decisions as primarily a woman's domain, which can make men feel sidelined or powerless in the process. So this perception can discourage men from engaging in open discussions about family planning, which is another reason why planning isn't good, further increasing emotional distance. Now, research highlights that women are often seen as having more control over fertility decisions, partly because they physically carry the child. And that's usually the argument that women give when they want to go and have that abortion. While this biologically is true, it can lead to an imbalance in the relationship. Decision making with men feeling less agency or involved in the process, meaning that, you know, the women that want to run off and go and have an abortion because they're not ready to be a mother, but the man is ready to be a father. And instead of her talking about this with him before she started having, he said, "Is that your dog in the background breathing?" No, that's my dog in the background scratching the carpet, fluffing the carpet so she could take a nap. Hold on, let me grab her real quick. Come here, you. Oops. Look now. Gotta get her on the camera. Wait, put your foot right there. There we go. So we got Buttercup here. Chihuahua. And she was scratching on the carpet. They snore too. And she was right next to the I guess the noise cancel. Don't look at me like that. You're the one that got the fans' attention by scratching on the floor. You should have went and laid on the pillows on the other side of the room. She's looking at me like she want to go to bed. The other one on the other side over here, he typically climbs into the show. He hasn't done it yet. I'm appreciating his ability. And Kane is right next to her. You want to come this way and jump onto the thing, Kane? Come this way. He's like, oh yes, I get to jump onto the show. And then here comes Kane. Come on. So there's Kane. Don't look at me. Look at them. Look at them. You see? He's got that happy face. He's looking like he's got attention. Terrier. And they I take them with me everywhere I go. We roll together as a squad. We're a pack. We move together, we travel together, we go shopping together. It's one of those requirements. Like some people say, oh, well, she's got to be okay with smokers. I'm like, nah, bitch, got to be okay with dogs, because these dogs will replace her in a heartbeat. I had one woman make me choose between her and Buttercup, and I got rid of her and got Kane instead. So I went from one dog to two dogs because a woman made me choose. So if a woman was to come now and I got two dogs and she makes me choose between the two dogs and her, I would drop her and get a third dog. That's how we doing it right now. Oh yeah, he's big. He's like 45 or 47 pounds. Pretty big. Fat. Well, he's not fat. He's Staffordshire Terrier. He's just big boned. Now Buttercup's fat. She's 13 pounds, but her Chihuahua size is supposed to be like 9 pounds, 10 pounds at the most. So she's about 3 or 4 pounds overweight. And it affects her on the stairs, but you know, she gets the cardio in because she's got the little tiny legs. So when we walk places, she walks. I don't carry her. I'm not one of those people that's got the dog in a baby stroller. Nah, bitch, you get your cardio on. You wherever I walk, you walk. Me and her used to walk 10 miles together in a straight line with no stops. So when it's time to go somewhere, we going. He says, dogs give you every reason to go for a walk, and everyone talks to you when you have dogs. You are right. Now, here's the funny thing about going out with dogs. More women will approach you because you have dogs, but they don't give a shit about you at all. They care about the dog. So some men will try to use dogs as a way to pick up chicks, and it can work, but it's not going to turn into a long-term relationship because she could give two shits about you. She only came because your dogs are cute. Now, there are some women that want the guy that has the dog and are too embarrassed to talk to the guy, so they will have a conversation starter about the dogs. Now the problem is that because you started the conversation about the dogs, most guys who have dogs are going to assume that she has no interest in him, that she's only here for the dog. So what you have to do is walk up and engage the guy, compliment the guy, and then also compliment the dog. So you look nice, you're handsome today, you look suave, and your dogs are attractive too. You know, now if she's a dog lover and you're a dog lover, she's got dogs and you got dogs, and y'all dogs get along with one another, you guys can set up a play date where your dogs go off and play with one another, and you and her can sit there and talk. Now, that's almost like the Brady Bunch, where you're bringing two families together, because her and her dogs got to get along with you and your dogs in order for y'all to come together, the same way you and your kids got to get along with her and her kids in order for y'all to come together. Because you're not going to let her discipline your dogs, and you're not going to be allowed to discipline her dogs, the same way she's not going to let you discipline her kids, the same way you're not going to let her discipline your kids. All of this stuff plays into a significant round robin of scenarios. Now we also have this recognition as reproductive coercion is recognized when men are pressured, when they're pressuring women into pregnancy, and the reverse, where women pressure men into delaying pregnancy. And this can also be damaging in a relationship. If a man feels coerced into delaying fatherhood against his wishes, it can foster the resentment and reduce relationship satisfaction, and even lead to long-term emotional harm. Now, this is one of the things that I was talking to women about on the show a while back, when we were talking about the importance of finding a woman that's like 25 to 28 years old if we're talking about reproduction. And one of the reasons why that's important for a man in his 30s, 40s, 50s is specifically because to prevent from rushing her into childbirth, she has to be young enough to feel comfortable with having the child with you, which might take 2 to 5 years. And then she still needs to have time to actually have the child, which might take another 2 to 5 years. So if she's 27, from 27 to 37, you can have one child. If she's 30, from 30 to 35, 38, you have one child. But you have less time and the pressure's on. At 35, you've only got like 2-3 years to get this right, and then you're trying to have you one child. So do you understand why 35-year-old woman is less desirable than a 25 or 27-year-old woman? Because no pressure parenting requires the woman to be young enough to have enough time to bond with the guy and still be able to have children with the guy with no pressure. Bayside says, but to answer that comment about a woman having an abortion and how it makes a man feel, is it's disheartening for the man and emotional for the woman. Okay, it is emotional for the women who want the child but cannot have the child based on their certain financial situations or some women's decision-making processes. It is not so much emotional for the women that really don't want to be mothers. And it could be because they have some psychological traumas from the past. They don't want to behave like their mothers. They know that they make bad decisions, and they just don't want to bring a life into the world and live a terrible life. And they might just not want to be a mother. Now that is understandable. But again, that's a discussion that's got to happen between the mother and the father. Now, when specifically men who want to be fathers, now again, it is going to be disheartening for a man that wants to be a father. A man that doesn't want to be a father, her getting an abortion is not going to bother him. He'll pay for that. Won't miss a beat. But a man that does want to be a father and the woman says no, that is more hurtful. The same way, like if she's pregnant and gets the abortion and then tells him about it after she got the abortion, where he could have been a dad and didn't have a decision in that, that's a form of treachery and deception in a relationship that could destroy the relationship. More often than not, women don't understand that as well. That could literally crush the rest of the relationship. There he is, Mr. Satellite.
Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision.
I can see these on the cooking videos.
My compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
Oops, wrong button. So there's always going to be that issue with the women that are choosing to not have that birth scenario, and the man doesn't have a choice. So think about this though. Now, I know that a lot of women are going to be offended by this scenario, but think about this. If you have the conversation with the man ahead of time, you don't have that experience where you're late. Your cycle was supposed to happen, it didn't happen, but for some reason you decide to go and pee on a stick, and then you come to find out that you're pregnant. You don't feel comfortable with telling him because you don't know how he's going to feel about it. Some men take surprise with excitement. Some men take surprise with panic. Some men take surprise with lashing out in anger and frustration. It's not good. The responses are not going to be the same because you're surprising him with it. Now, I'm gonna keep going with that in just a second. Mr. Satellite said round 2 for the countries that always come back in the same of your live stream, same time of the live stream. One more time, then we're gonna throw that up there. See, if I could control when it releases, then we'd be like, oh yeah, that's what's up. Restart it. Start it from the beginning. He said, what's up, Satellite? Popping and locking. All right, now back to it. He was dancing on top of the Trappist 1F. There's a 1A, 1D, 1F. I'm going to have to find that location because it sounds to me like it's a gigantic train. Now, here's the thing. If you have at the beginning of your relationship a conversation between yourself and your man, because when you surprise men, some women will tell the man when she does build up the confidence to tell him that she's pregnant, she tells him that she's pregnant, right? And almost every man is going to ask her, are you sure? Because, I mean, they're fucking shocked. And then the next question he's going to probably ask you, where there is no offense intended, but it is the follow-up to the disbelief that it actually worked. The next question that happens is it mine? And the women are like, well, who the fuck else was I fucking? And you know what I'm saying? They go like left field with it, and they start blowing up on you and talking to you sideways and everything like that. But truth is that if she is honestly pregnant and it is believably supposed to be yours, yeah, we're gonna go back to the whole DNA test at birth thing. But the fact is that some men would be then excited about the shocking truth. But there are some men that will freak out. Oh my God, I don't know what to do. I'm not ready for this. And then they have some men that get pissed off because they said they didn't want to be a dad, but then they come back and the women come back and drop this whole like I have a kid thing. Bayside says a satellite so true. Love that we all can do. Oh yeah. Actually, it's TRAPPIST 1, TRAPPIST 1B, TRAPPIST 1C, TRAPPIST 1D, TRAPPIST 1E, TRAPPIST 1F, TRAPPIST 1G, TRAPPIST 1H, and TRAPPIST 1I. But like I said, it sounds like a train. It's like a long train. Like that's like all of the first like 7 train cars of a speed tram just out in Beijing somewhere. That's what it sounds like. But yeah, so that's he said actually it's a system. Solar systems in space. Yeah, because you did start off in Saturn and Venus and Uranus and the rings, and now you're see. There we go with the STEM topic. We just Mr. Satellite has just gone to 7 or 8 different solar systems. See, now I really got to go find these places in space and see what they look like, because I bet they got to be gorgeous if you're able to see them from a telescope. From the top of your Section 8 of complex, you're on the roof with Quagmire's pointing down at the neighbor's house. You're pointing up at the sky. Either next time actually dance on the top of a dwarf planet. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. We gotta name us a planet in the solar system after this podcast. That would be entertaining. Now, sometimes if this situation starts prolonged disagreements, and prolonged disagreements is like, we don't agree, but you put that off. And then you have a lack of alignment of the timing of parenthood that can lead to ongoing tension, which decreased intimacy. And in some cases, relationships will break down because men may feel unfulfilled or question their role and future within the partnership. Because, I mean, kids are like a lockdown of the situation, something like getting a joint bank account. Basically, I said, oh, well, I thought it was like the monks that brew beer traps. TRAPPIST 1 through 1A through Z. So when we were talking about, when I was talking to you guys about, like, if y'all have those conversations in the beginning, if she understands that he wants kids and she wants kids too, if and when the kids come about, he's going to be excited by it. But, you know, look, it made you laugh. It made me laugh too. He should be excited about it. And even though he's going to go through those emotions, because he's going to have that disbelief that it actually worked, the fact is that you don't have to be afraid about it as soon as you're pregnant, because he wants to have the baby. You can actually surprise him like, congratulations that we're pregnant, as opposed to I don't know how to tell you this. And usually that leads a man to believe, oh my gosh, she cheated on me. And then it turns out to be, oh, she's pregnant. And because the first thing that popped into my head, the way she phrased the I've got some news for you scenario, he's sitting over here thinking she cheated. And then when she says she's pregnant, then he's like, well, she cheated and it's not mine. So the questions comes out is, are you sure? And then the next question that comes out is it mine? Because she already gave him reason to doubt when she's like leading on with, you know, I've got news. I've got this very deep secret. Next time on Murray, then we're going to tell you what really happened. And instead of just coming out and saying, look, congratulations, bro. If she was to do that, if she would just come out of nowhere and just be like, hey, congratulations. He says, for what? Like, you're pregnant. He's like, I'm not pregnant. Yeah, but I am, and it's yours. And that's a different dynamic. At no point in that type of presentation is the wheel spinning in his head that either he did something wrong or she did something wrong, because she's bringing it to him with the congratulations because this is what you wanted. Now, 9 months down the line, he's still going to get that DNA test, but breaking the news is less stressful in those scenarios. Now, on the other hand, couples who navigate these discussions openly and respectfully often emerge with a greater maturity, self-esteem, and a stronger relationship. Now, providing both partners with the ability to feel heard and involved in a decision-making process actually strengthens the relationship a lot more. So when a woman decides to have an abortion against the wishes of her male partner, or when a man feels forced powerless, or excluded from the decision, the effects on a relationship can be profound, because often leading to lasting emotional and relationship consequences. Research shows that men who oppose their partner's abortion or feels excluded from the decision often experience intense grief, guilt, depression, anxiety, and a sense of helplessness or voicelessness. The fact is that a man cannot make a woman have an abortion, but a man is helpless to the fact that if she gets one, whether he wants it or not. And that's one of the reasons why it's a one-sided decision-making process that women have when we address that topic. Because if she thinks that she doesn't want to have the child herself, she needs to think about, like, why is she dating a man that wants kid? But if it's all about like not popping it out, you could have a C-section. She could be a kind of woman that doesn't want to have the kid. She can just give it to the dad and move on with her life. But like not allowing the man to be a father because of her selfish desires, it is from a man's perspective, I'm not okay with that. And the loss of fatherhood is described as a wound you cannot see or feel, but it exists. And many men struggle with unresolved grief and sadness over the loss of their child. Satellite says dwarf planet Pluto make Eris, Sierras, and Huina 90337 or 90377, Sita Kuanar 90482, Orcus, and Gongo. Pluto is supposed to be a block of ice, and now they're calling it a dwarf planet. Because they for a while they were saying it wasn't a planet, and then they're saying it is a planet. Now they're calling it a dwarf planet. They also shifted all of our zodiac signs by 30 days. Elon Musk named his child after one of the alphabet. He didn't just call his kid Xander. He called his kid X. Yeah, how is Pluto black? I don't know. They be coming up with some wild stuff. Back when they were saying drink milk because milk does a body good. Back when those Cheetos looked like fingers and they called them finger blasters in 1997, and they were talking about that Pluto wasn't a real planet. It was just a huge block of ice. I'm sitting there like, shit, I ain't never gonna make it to Pluto. I don't know. Pluto's so far out of my eyesight, I don't see it when the sun's up or down, but they be saying, I ain't never said, because I mean, you know, we still got that argument going around where people are talking about the world is flat. Some people say it's round, some people still say it's flat. I'm trying to figure out, like, if the world is flat, then why does it take so long for us to get to Asia? Then some people say that we don't even have a sky, that we're inside of a hologram, that the ceiling is fake. All kinds of things. Then you got some people that says that there's that in the actual space that we have lasers that control the weather, so they're deliberately causing all these hurricanes to destroy people. There's all kind of stuff that's going on when you start talking about science. You said, I saw Jupiter in my telescope. Now, did she see you? Giggity giggity. Bayside says, Xander, what are your feelings? How do you feel about women choosing to have children later? Great question. I thought I was clear, but I'm gonna come back to that. Let me do this one so that I can answer your question appropriately. He says, my pop just hissed at me just like Gong Gong when he was recorded as a cat. Oh wow. Quagmire from the family. Yeah, I know. I remember. I love Family Guy. Now, on a serious note, to answer Bayside's question. Okay, so I don't think that it's a good idea for women to delay having children, specifically for their ability to go on and run their careers. I believe that they should take advantage of their youth and work something out in their lifestyle so that they could be able to be the mothers that they are capable of while being the successful businesswoman that they are capable of. Because those women who believe that they are just as good, if not better than men at everything in life, including childbirth, should be able to create children in their younger years so that when the women are old enough to retire, they can retire from both working and both being a mother at the same time, instead of retiring from their careers and then trying to lose their life giving birth to a child. I think that that's a little bit more of a problem because as a man, this is one of the hardest parts about this discussion, because women are going to say, oh, well, that's selfish for you to say. Well, no, in your late 30s, early 40s, during the childbirth period, your life and your child's life is in the father's control, because he has to decide if this is a complicated birth and only one of them is going to survive, which one lives. Now, the requirement for that type of discussion is less likely to happen at younger years. So now, instead of the father having to choose to save the wife and have her hate him for getting rid of the child, or save the child and not have the woman that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, is reduced if the woman and child both have a 98% chance of success between 20 and 25, 27, 29. But 38, carrying till 40, and then potentially having high risk problems, or having a child with deformities that mom's not going to want to deal with, dad doesn't know how to deal with, and stuff that could have been avoided had you done this a lot sooner. I would say that it is illogical to prolong the woman's ability to produce a child, which is supported by the dynamic that if she is half of his age plus 7, he has the maturity to help her take care of the child, and she has the youth to have a healthy child without risking her life, which means that an older man dating a younger woman would make a lot of sense, because he doesn't have to lose either one of them. She doesn't have to sacrifice her lifestyle, and he should be fiscally responsible enough to take care of her and the child, even if he's got to stop what he's doing to take care of the child and she goes to work. He should have the stability coming in where that type of decision could be made. But like, would I say, oh, an 18-year-old should go find a 20-year-old and drop kids? No, I'm not going to say that, because he's still irresponsible. Would I say that a 25-year-old should find a 25-year-old and drop kids? If he's got his stuff together, yeah. But would I say if you guys meet at 20, 25, and y'all ride a 10-year relationship until your mid to late 30s, and you want to delay having kids for the sake of her desire to chase her career before she becomes a mother? No. She can chase her career, but the problem with that is that if she becomes a Fortune 500 woman, she's not going to have room to be a mother in that scenario, and that's going to be that would be a problem for her, because if she's got to spend more time at work than what she's got time to be at home, maternity leave will fuck up her job position. She would have to quit her job, especially if she's having a complicated pregnancy in her 40s. She would have to quit her job and go on maternity leave. When she goes on maternity leave, most women do not return back to work after maternity leave. So would it be better for her to get her career first and then quit her job to give birth? Or would it be better for her to give birth first and then get her career? Because she would already have the balance, the child would already be there, and then she could still be the Fortune 500 woman with a legacy. Well, even if it's just one child, she does not have to sacrifice her career to have the child, because she got the child before the career. So I think that it would be in a woman's best interest to have the children first and then chase the career. Because if she's got a good partner that's going to support her ability to chase the career, he could be the stay-at-home father if necessary and raise the child. She could still have the family. She could still be the Fortune 500 woman. They could still retire successfully at a later age, because I told you guys that two $40,000 a year incomes can make it. Two $55,000 a year incomes with one child can make it. So if they have the child at a younger age, and then they have a 20-year plan where they're building her success and his success with the kid involved, they can still budget their way to a financially successful scenario where they can retire and potentially be a millionaire by the time the child is 18. But do you think that it's more effective for us to wait until she's 42? And then let's say that, for example, you guys do incubate and then decide at like 43, 44 years old that you guys are going to artificially assimilate some other chick. She's going to surrogate. You're going to spend a lot more money on a childbirth. You get the child, and now she has to incorporate being a mother into a lifestyle that does not support children. Women make this conscious choice in their society before they get the man. Either she's going to be successful or she's going to be a housewife. They don't decide to find a work-life balance where they can be a mother and have a family and still work. Men have to make that balance to have a wife and kids and go to work. And since that's the natural traditional side of things, the women have never had to make that decision, and they don't know how to adapt to that. And no woman teaches another woman how to adapt to that. Men teach other men how to adapt to that. But women teach women to be single and independent. Women teach women to drop the baby daddy and be a single mom instead of getting the support from the man. They want to put the man on child support and be a single mom and try to struggle with the child by themselves, instead of women teaching other women to be supportive and stay together and work this out. And a lot of women would prefer to get child support from the dad than to have the dad involved in a child's life, which is a terrible decision to have, because the children need both the mother and the father. Now, Mr. Satellite said, what if Hitler was back alive in 2039? Well, the only thing I can tell you is blonde hair and blue eyes is artificial now. And the Omen came out twice, didn't it? Omen 1, Omen 2, and maybe Omen 3. So if Hitler came back around a second or third time, I mean, we can, if he was born in America, there are going to be 3-term presidents coming soon. So all he has to do is just, change some of our laws to like the one lawless day in the country where no rules apply for 12 hours. Sounds like a series that we once watched on Netflix. Mr. Satellite says, you have make a short about me. Yeah, I can make a short. I can make a short. I can make a short. I haven't been making shorts lately. I was putting up a different short every day of the week, and then I stopped making shorts for a little bit. And then starting to prioritize the channel's traffic to the live, and now I'm going back to trying to produce some shorts. The algorithm shifted with the shorts video, so we're looking at the counter not counting correctly. So the quantity of people that watch the show versus the actual quantity of people that watch the show is not the true numbers. They're still working on that. He said, bet, give you $50 if you actually do it. I can. It's not a difficult thing for me to just crop out when you popped in today. Because I typically highlight most days. I just haven't been doing it lately. I actually have about 84 videos on YouTube that haven't been released yet, because I typically short most shows, but especially the highlights. But definitely, yeah, I can highlight you and coming in. Are you wanting the one from today with all of the I can crop out your intro and then the encore and then the discussion about the different planets. I can throw you a short up and give me a couple days, because I got this big project that I'm working on the side, and as soon as I get that up there, I'll tag you in it. Is it gone in space? Is going crazy. He's hold on now. That's not my computer here. He is going crazy, shaking on teaking in a white padded room. Oh, I don't know nothing about that. Now, Bayside said, okay, now got me started. Okay, so this thing about women and child support is a big problem. Each year they ask for more money and they get it, and the dad will have nothing to live on. Okay, so love this. I love this. I love this. The child support system is a scam. If you end up in a courtroom where you're talking about child support is going to be mandatory. And if you don't pay child support, the woman can file a motion with the court where the court puts warrants out for your arrest, suspends your driver's license, freezes the registration on your vehicles, puts you in jail, fucks up your job, and prevents you from having the money to pay the damn child support, which puts you in a vicious cycle of being bound to, and this is going to be toxic, miserable women that are going to do this to you, which is going to make it harder for you to be able to support yourself, much less the child. Understandably, the cost of children goes up every year just based on inflation alone. But the other thing that a lot of men don't realize is that the cost of girls increases at puberty. So when you have daughters, when those daughters become teenagers, you've got to buy more feminine products for the girls, in addition to the other stuff that, like birth control and all this other stuff that you're dealing with for your daughters that you don't have to pay for your sons. Now, that's when the woman is fairly taking care of the child. However, women take the man's income as a subsidy, not as exclusive to the child. So the money that he gives pays for the rent, pays for the car note, buys extra groceries in the house, pays for her hair and nails to get done, and then the money that she gets pays for the car, pays for the kid. So the kid got whatever the kid needs from mom, and then like a babysitter, dad's paying mom standard of living. It's not supporting the child, it's supporting the mother. I disagree with the system. I personally believe that if the child needs something, the dad should be able to go and pay for that directly. And that's something that the child needs that the mom does not have the capabilities to provide, because he should only be paying for 50% of the child's life. Now, if you have a reasonable joint custody scenario, I take care of the child while the child is in my possession. You take care of the child while the child is in your possession. If you can't afford to take care of the child, give me my child and I'll take care of my child. I should not have to rent my child from you, but that's what a lot of women are doing. Is visitation is tied to the compensation, financial compensation. So some women will not let a man see his child until such time as he gives her the money that she's holding the relationship hostage for. Now you got to pay whatever you're paying. Then you got to file motions, go to the court and fight for years in order to get you justice. But if you document everything, talk to her more often via text message than you talk to her in person or on the phone, so that you have documented records on how she's treating you and how she's talking to you. And then when you show those records to the judge, because people are stupid and reckless, they will say stuff to you today in a text message, on a phone call, in an email, thinking that you can't pull that shit back up a year or two from now. And you will come to find out that anybody who's good about backing up their data can pull up a text message from 5 years ago, 20 years ago, and just screenshot that shit and paste it into a Word document and send it to a judge and say, hey, this is the kind of conversations we've been having for the past 10 years. And a judge will look at the correspondence. you know that somebody's going to read your text message at some point during this case. So you're always talking to them with the utmost respect. And they don't know that this conversation can be shown to somebody later because it is an actual text message. So these women be talking to men reckless. And then when their conversation ends up on a court docket, that's when the whole case turn upside down. Women be thinking, oh yeah, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. And they be talking to men reckless. And then when that conversation hits the court docket and the judge is like, oh, this is how y'all been treating this man. And look, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all thinking that, oh, the female judges is not gonna be on the man's side. The law started with all male judges, and the law was ruling for the women. There are more female judges on the ballot. And with female judges, those female judges are looking at this shit like, oh, this is fucked up. And they're starting to rule for the men. So when you think about how there's 18% of men that are acquiring their children in family court, and you think about how there's 33% of women in the legal system all the way around, that 18% of men more often than not probably got it from a female judge. But it is still a very intimidating environment to be in because you're the only man in the room with a room full of women, and you're arguing against all of these women for your right to be involved in your child's life. And it is very disheartening because nobody's on your side. And you can't even tell if the judge is going to be on your side. You just have to hope and pray that the judge is going to do right by you. But you have to remind the judge that the judge has a job to protect your rights as a man, equivalent to all the women in the room that don't want you to be the child's father. And that's life. Unless you get the right woman. Now you all start making the right decisions. Bayside says some women, and I've seen this will be getting paid a lot of money from their baby daddy or baby daddies, plural, and we'll start seeing another man who has money but won't marry him until the kid turns 18 so that they don't cut off the child support. Yes. Yes. Open relationship. You got a woman with 2, 4 kids, 5 kids, getting checks from at least 3 of them. And those checks subsidize her income because each kid has to pay child support. And funny thing is that the law does not gauge child support payments from another man against the required child support payments of the next child. So each individual child is a check. The only time that a man is not required to pay child support is if he finds the financial obligation of 12 or more children, where the law determines that based on his income, he would not be able to equally pay for each one of the children, which would nullify his responsibility from paying for any of the children. Doesn't mean he doesn't have the choice to pay. It just means that the law will determine that he can't afford to pay it, so they're not going to make him pay it. But each individual man that has one child could potentially have one woman that has 4 different baby daddies get 4 checks from 4 different men and still be dating another man with money, and that man be paying for her and her 4 kids so that he can date her, and she's getting money all over the place. That does happen. That does happen. And basically, I said now to be, and that happens with the low valued ones. That doesn't happen with the moderate to high value ones. The moderate to high value ones take care of their own. They don't have children that they can't support. They don't go running around with multiple men. So if they have one baby daddy outside of the relationship, that is the husband that divorced them, or they divorced him, or the man died, and this is the second relationship after that marriage. That is the only time that you see that. You don't see it. Or if the woman has 2 different kids from 2 different marriages, where this is the 3rd marriage that she's in, those are the moderate to higher valued women, not the women that are forever single with more kids than baby. And when you walk up and they, are you my daddy kind of situation? Yeah. Bayside said, now, to be fair, there are some men that make a lot of babies and then don't work, so they don't have to pay for child support. Well, that is the reason why. Because one woman will try to take his whole paycheck. So the man will work under the table, so he has no income to report. He will produce a large enough quantity of children so that the law will say that he can't afford to take care of these children. And with cash under the table, and too many children on record, he will not be bound to child support. That does not stop him from buying the kids gifts and getting the kids school clothes and, going to the school and putting up money on a PTA board and stuff like that. It just stops the mother from taking money out of the man's pocket. There are some men who get divorced and the woman will try to put him on alimony. So he'll quit a high paying job and then get a low paying job so that he can't afford to pay the alimony. And then the judge won't give her nothing. So if he's got to take $15,000 a year and give it to her, he will quit his job and get a job that pays $15,000 or less so that he don't have to give her nothing. If he's going to live a miserable lifestyle, he's going to live a miserable lifestyle and she's not getting nothing. But these are the things that men have to do as self-preservation. If they had a valuable woman, even if y'all break up and y'all are not living in the same household, if y'all work together when y'all was in the relationship, y'all should be able to find a way to build a trust fund that would be able to take care of the kid. If y'all was putting up money into this trust and then y'all broke up, y'all got a child there, the trust should be able to take care of the kid. So he takes care of his household, she takes care of her household, and whoever's got the child catches a check. So if you get them twice a month or 2 weeks out the month, and I get them 2 weeks out the month, you get 50% of the trust when you got them, and I get 50% of the trust when I got them, and ain't nobody fighting over no money. But that requires that's the part where, like when your wife jumped up here and was talking about planning, that's the part about planning that needs to happen. Because you have a child now, y'all should be building a trust that's going to be taking care of this kid. Always putting money towards this trust so that at some point you will have enough money to cover the cost of the kid. If you know that it's going to cost you $1,500 to $2,000 a month, $1,500 to $2,000 a month to pay for this kid, you should be putting away enough money to give you $2,000 a month to pay for this kid. And if $2,000 a month is 20% or 10%, if you're looking at 10%, you're looking at almost $200,000. Which for a couple that comes together where his check goes on bills and her check goes into the stock, that would be like 5 years. And your wife just said 2 to 5 year plan, but her $40,000 goes into the stock and reinvests into the stock, and his money covers all the bills. And then when they had a kid, they're making $40,000-$50,000 a year off of the stock. That'll pay for the kid. Bayside says, second that, Xander, only low-level women. You gotta, and that's why we spent so many months on this show identifying what low-level women look like, how they behave, red flags, so that we can avoid them. And a lot of women will come onto the show bitter and try to bash us for talking about that. But the fact is that if you identify what low quality looks like, you can avoid that and go get you some high quality, because there are high quality women out there. There are less high quality single women out there than there are low quality single women out there, because the low quality single women are not girlfriend and wife material. High quality single women, once found, become girlfriends and then become wives, and do not end up back into the singles dating pool for 10 or 20 years after a divorce or a burial. But the women who have never been married, that are not worthy of being a girlfriend or a wife, stay in the dating pool as toxic dates for 20 years. And the men have to sift through the toxic women the same way you have to sift through a bucket of rotten apples to find one apple that has yet to be rotten. Trying to find one apple without a worm in it. Basically, I said, now, Xander, just to disagree, when women choose to have kids later and want to only be housewives, they become very lonely and then want to become independent. What's your thoughts? Do you want me to disagree, or are you saying that because you think that I'm gonna disagree? Because they actually do that. The women that actually do the housewife thing, they're going to feel lonely because they're spending more time at the house with the kids, and they're with a man that's struggling to cover the cost of everybody. So he's spending more time at work. I strongly believe that in our current society, with the inflation and economic demand, that we should have the type of relationships going in where we're both contributing to the success of the relationship, which is why I taught y'all about LLCs, joint bank accounts, joint trust accounts, setting everything up where y'all are both working together to make money for y'all, so that as your relationship progresses, y'all have more income coming in, so that the husband can spend less time at work, even if the wife doesn't work, so that the husband can spend more time with the wife. When I gave y'all all of that financial advice, I was trying to bring y'all back to the ideology that we're supposed to start our adult life aiming to be financially free from the requirement to show up to a daily job, so that we have more time to stay at home with our girlfriends and our husbands, our wives, our children, and not have to spend 80 hours a week at work. But those people who are financially challenged, they have to put in 60 to 80 hours a week at work, which is you're looking at on a regular basis, 10-hour days, 6 days a week. And the one day that he has off, he's at the house sleep. He's not able to help her because he's tired. She's going to feel alone because she's in it by herself at the house, and he's in it by himself at the job. She's going to feel unappreciated and undervalued because he doesn't have the strength to come home and praise her for her efforts while he was gone. And then when he comes home, he adds to the pressures of maintaining the house, because instead of her having to clean the house up 8 times because of the child, she has to clean up 2 more times because the husband came back. And all she wants is for him to clean up behind himself so that she doesn't have extra stuff to do. And all he wants is for her to quit bitching because he's already gotten drugged through the mud 8 times at the job. And that's going to cause her to want to go out and work and do her own thing. A lot of women put their lives on hold to be mothers, and then they want to finally go back to work and finish what they wanted to do with their lives, because their dreams and ambitions are just as valuable as men. But the fact is that when you put your life on hold, you put your life on hold, and men do that a lot of the times. But it's expected for men to put their lives on hold. A man's dreams and aspirations change when he gets into a relationship. His dream is no longer whatever it was as a single man, because now, as a man in a relationship, whether it's a marriage or just dating, now has to include whatever the fuck she wanted. And if what she wants conflict with what he said, I see the word digress now. He said, I seen the word digress. I saw disagree at first. I got to update my prescription. But that is the complicated side of things, is that if you don't have that financial freedom from the financial responsibility, she's gonna be lonely. But if you're getting together and you're spending that 2 to 5 years to build some kind of a nest egg, and you drop that kid along the way, and then y'all redirect y'all's attention to using that nest egg to support the child as a subsidy, instead of him having to work more to take care of the kid, he will work the same amount of time and still be able to take those 2 to 3 days off a week and come home to you. If he can work a 40-hour week and spend 3 days out of the week with the kid and giving you 3 days off, and you could be the stay-at-home wife, but you get 3 days off, that shares the responsibility. But the women are not thinking about the fact that if the man is working 4 days a week on the job and then working 4 days a week to give her a 3-day break, she's going to work 4 days a week with the child, taking care of the house, and then 3 days a week she gets to rest. He never gets to rest. He just does a different job. And that's still going to be pressure. So yeah, while he's taking more responsibility off of her plate because she gets to clock out for 3 days because he doesn't have to work today, but he's working now at the house while she's taking a vacation. And then he's going to go back to work, never getting a day off. So I understand how some women feel, but it's better for us to try to prepare for that. Now, you can't prepare for everything, but you can try to prepare for some things. And those are the things that you want to try to navigate through, which is the ability to remind each other of how important y'all both are in a relationship. The same way when parents get divorced, they remind the child that the child is not the problem. The same way that they remind the child that the child is no less valuable. When they get extra children, they remind the first child that the child is just as important as the newborn. The newborn needs more attention, but the child is just as important. The fact is that we have a scenario where the wife still needs that reminder that she is valuable. The same way the husband needs that reminder that he is valuable. And the only thing that we're not doing is putting in that effort to let the other person know that you are important. Bayside said, being a stay-at-home mom is very difficult. And like I said earlier, it sometimes causes loneliness, or you feel like a maid. Oh, ain't no feel like, you are a maid. Ain't no feel like you are a maid. You are a maid. You are an accountant. You are the personal assistant. You're the nanny. You're the teacher. You're the gym coach. Yeah. Yeah. You're the mechanic. You're the plumber. You're the gardener. Yeah. Dog walker if you got one. Yeah. You're the security guard. Yeah. Yeah. All that shit. Yeah, I know. I understand where women come from with this. But you also got to understand, ladies, there is a trade-off. It is not a balanced or fair trade-off. The sacrifices of being kept come with the responsibilities to fulfill the needs of the person that's keeping you. We are supposed to have the mentality that is instinctual for reproduction, but we have become spoiled to our current society where we now no longer prioritize family values. So coming together, creating the family, taking care of the family, taking turns teaching the children, and valuing each other as the parents of the children, where we are creating a legacy. We are creating heirs. We are teaching those heirs to take over the family business. We're creating a family business for the kids to take over. We're creating a legacy for the children to inherit. You remember that old saying, Bayside, where they used to say, oh, you got big shoes to fill. Your daddy used to do such and such. Your mama used to do such and such. You have a legacy to uphold. Your family name means something. These days, most people's family name is less valuable than Karen. Karen is more popular these days than most people's last name, because Karen was a shit starter. Now, back in the 80s and 90s, back in the 70s, the American dream was to create your own source of income, not just go work for somebody. Create your own source of income and live off of the income that you created. Teach your children how to run the operation, which means you got to create children to teach how to run the operation. Then you give them control over the operation, and that is when you retired. You stop working when the kids can run the family business for you. We forgot all about that shit. Right now, we work for somebody. Most of us do. Our kids work for somebody else. We ain't got time to see one another because our schedules clash. We got separate bosses. Our wife works for another man. She listens to him more than she listens to her husband. We all got separate bosses. Nobody is preparing the family for success. Each person is working for their own individual. You got right now, you've got 25, 30-year-old children still living at home with their parents, paying a percentage of the bills. making it seem like I'm successful. You're making $45,000 a year. You still living at your mama house. You're not successful. Man or woman, you're not successful. But it's socially acceptable for a woman to stay at home with her mother until she gets married. It is socially unacceptable for a man to be living at the house with his mother. Even if you claim that you're taking care of your mother, your mama's paying rent, light, gas, and water alongside you. You staying in the house with your mama and your daddy, or your mama and your stepdaddy, and the three of y'all income got to come together to take care of one household. You ain't doing enough, because a woman is going to want you to be able to live in a house by yourself. Women are not going to have that mentality to say, I'm going to move into a full house. So it's him, his mama, his daddy, maybe a brother or a sister in the house. I'm going to move into his room and contribute to this 3 or 4 adult household. American women ain't going to fall for that. They're going to be like, nah, hell nah. We could be friends. Women want a man that's got his own shit. Basically, I said marriage is a contract and a job. But you find happiness and love, and you work on it daily for the rest of your lives together. And that's a fantastic saying. But what you also got to understand, Bayside, is while marriage is a contract and a job, the women and men both have to remember who is the contractor and who is the contractee. And women are going to argue that the man is working for the job title of being a husband. But logic dictates that no employee pays to work for the company, that the employees get paid from the company to work. So if the man is expected to pay for the woman in that traditional atmosphere, the woman works for the man. Therefore, the woman must submit to the authority of the man, and therefore the man is supposed to dictate terms, is why the man has to have non-negotiable expectations for behavior. Now, flipping a script, if the woman is going to take care of the man, then the woman has no problem with dictating terms. And only when we're in situations where that is not a dictatorship, where she's not overly abusive and overly assertive on the man, does that turn into a happy and longevity style relationship. But the issue is that more often than not, no matter how successful a woman makes herself, she's looking for a man that is more successful than her, which puts her in a dependent position. And when there's a dependency position, there is a subordinacy position. And when there's a subordinacy position, there's an adherence to authority that women aren't willing to accept. Bayside says, wow, Xander, you just hit the nail on the head, man. That is so true. It hurts. We used to have to learn things to do it for ourselves. And I'll let you continue that. Yeah, as an adult. The fact is that we're not going to have a lot of success in our current society in 2025 with the types of relationships that are battling against the norms. And the reason why we're not going to be successful with battling against the norms is because it is not uniform. There are a lot of women that want the egalitarian authority, where she's only maximum required to do 50% of the job. Then after that, everything else falls on the man. But that turns into a big problem, because she's still expecting to receive the full benefit of the traditional atmosphere. The old school traditional atmosphere, the woman was dependent to the man. Egalitarian expectations, the woman is not dependent on the man. The woman cannot get traditional treatment from an egalitarian relationship, because she wants to be spoiled by the man, pampered by the man, but have equal authority to the man. It doesn't work that way. If you're going to be equal authority to the man, you're not being spoiled, you're not being pampered, you're paying half. You're contributing half. Where your effort stops, your money picks up. You're doing half the work. You're investing half into this business, because like we just discussed, it is a contract. There is a job to do. And because you are a 50% investor into the business that is this relationship, that is this marriage, then you are entitled to half of the decision making as a shareholder. But if you're in that relationship where it is a 60-40 investment, where the man is putting up more because he makes more, you are not the primary shareholder. The primary shareholder is the person that puts more money into the household. The person that's paying all the bills, paying all the car notes, taking care of everything. If the man is putting up $40,000 a year out of the $60,000 a year lifestyle, and you're putting up the other 20, just because you put up 20 don't mean you get half the say. You got 20% of the shares. He's got the other 80. You can't demand equal rights if you're not giving equal contribution. Oh, well, I do stuff. Right. You do stuff. But you can also pay somebody to do that stuff if you put more money into the table. So that will give you less shit to do. So that brings us back to, with egalitarian society, if I'm making 55 and you're making 55, and we could take 20,000 out of this and pay a third person to come here and do all the shit that you don't want to do, that brings you back to being an equal breadwinner to me. We both go to work. We both come back, pay the gardener, pay the nanny, pay the housekeeper, pay the cook, and then whatever we have left, we invest that. Now, again, the value of the woman in that type of relationship is that she is actually going to be a financial investor in a relationship. She's not going to be a subordinate to the man because she's equally investing in the success of the relationship. But that's not a nuclear family. Basically, I say we used to do that, but now we work for others, and you'll never reach the same success working for someone else. But a lot of people see it as safe. Yeah, it is safe. It is safe. Laziness is easy. It is safe. Picture this. If I go to work for McDonald's for 40 years, I'll always have a job. If I do whatever I'm told and always go to work, I'll always have a job. Most loan companies are less strict on a W-2 worker. Most mortgage companies are less strict on a W-2 worker. All you got to do is show your last 2 paychecks, maybe your last 3, 6 weeks of income, and they will finance you based on your check stubs. If you're a sole proprietor, self-employed, small business owner, you got to show them the last 2 to 3 years of tax returns, because they've got to see how stable you are. You've got to show them decades of financial stability to get loans and other sources of financing. As long as you don't piss your boss off and get fired, you always got a job. Now, you don't have to look for work. You don't have to look for your money. You know that if you work 5 days a week based on your current hourly wage, this is how much money you're going to get. So you can count your money before you get it. You can schedule advance payments 2 days after your paycheck comes in, because you know how much money you're going to make. But when you work for yourself, you're going to make as much money as you advertise for. You're going to have as much work as you petition for. You're going to make as much money as you serve clients, which means that your drive and your ambition is going to have to be higher to make your own money than it is for you to get paid to stand there and make money for somebody else. A lot of people like the lack of responsibility because you could turn your brain off and just do as you're told. I have no respect for individuals that only are willing to turn their brains off. You are supposed to be able to follow instructions from somebody that has more authority over your situation than you. But you are never supposed to turn your brain off. You are never supposed to have a mindless job. Just go with the flow. You are always supposed to be looking for another way. And you cannot start up your own business if the only thing you're thinking about is covering empty shifts on your days off to make your paycheck match your income level, your debt level. You're never going to succeed. You're going to always be working. Your wife is always going to be working. Your kids are going to have to get jobs as teenagers so that the kids can afford to get the stuff that you can't afford to get them, because mom and dad are barely able to cover the standard of living. And then the kids are not going to know how to save money, invest money, or make money for them, because you don't know how to do it. They're going to live the hard life the way you live the hard life. And then they're going to be in the same boat. And it's going to be a vicious cycle where their kids are not going to have an easy way either. At least in this environment, in this example, the family is sticking together. Because you have those scenarios where the family branches out. You know, my house, my rules, and fuck your house and fuck your rules. And then the kid wanders off and gets into a world of trouble and has a shit life because they left home. So, you know, there's a lot of issues there, but it comes from us not sticking together. The wife doesn't want to stick with the husband. The children don't want to stick with the parents. It's usually every man for himself against the dad. Very rarely does the family team up together against the mom. And a lot of women might say, oh, that's him just being bitter. But no, it's statistically fact. Men are pushed out of the children's lives. The women are very rarely pushed out of the children's lives, but the men are commonly pushed out of the children's lives. And women get up and leave. Men very rarely leave. So between the men being pushed out of the children's lives and the women getting up and walking away, and when women leave, they take their children with them more often than not. There are some women that will abandon a child with the father and go off and enjoy the pleasures of life. But there are a lot of women that are attached to their children. When she's ready to go, come on, little Jimmy, let's go. And she'll pack up her and the kid stuff, and she'll leave the man by himself. They don't work together. The 40s and 50s and 60s, where the husbands and wives work together to make something out of themselves. The 60s and 70s and 80s, where the parents was teaching the children something so that the kids could have something to grow with. That's dead. Now everybody's doing TikTok dances and pranking strangers where they could get shot, stabbed, and put in jail for picking on people they don't know, talking about some getting views. But nobody's showing about with all of the time that folks spend shaking their ass on TikTok. They could be teaching their kids how to be financially responsible so that their kids could stop doing financially irresponsible stuff. And it's not just the vandalism. It's not just the getting arrested for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is just like teaching your kids quality over branding. Teaching your kids the value, the difference between needs and wants. Teaching your kid the 3 times and 10 times rule, where don't buy it unless you have 10 times that amount of money in your pocket. Don't buy it unless you have 10 times that amount of money coming in on a regular basis. How many times are you going to use it after you get it? Is it going to be something that's going to stay in your closet and collect dust? Is it something that you can utilize on a daily basis? Is this going to entertain you for the first couple of weeks? And then after that, it's just going to be like an item on your wall, like a trophy or a WWE title or a signed jersey from a basketball player, or is it something that you're going to use every day? You know? And when you start asking yourself exactly how much are you going to use it? And here's a mathematical equation. The price of the item divided by the number of times that you can calculate using it, that's how much it costs. The per usage price. Just like me and Usman was calculating how a lot of my suits are like 5 to 7 cents a day. It's cheap because I'm using that shit all the time. But when you think about a pair of red bottoms that you only going to wear twice, that's $750 for two uses. That's a waste of money. When you're going to wear a pair of K-Swiss every day until there's holes in the bottom of the shoes, I'd probably buy you 5 or 7 or 12 pairs of K-Swiss for that same price for the red bottoms. And then if we put you in a tennis skirt and a blouse, you'd be cute. And it'll be practical. We don't know, nobody's thinking about the practicality of things. I want it so bad that I need it is their mentality, and that's a waste of money. I need to have it to satisfy my desire, my greed to have it. That's not, you're not getting it because you literally need it, like you can't do without it, like a jack in the back of your car. You're not getting it like you literally need it, like replacing a spare tire in the trunk, pair of jumper cables. You're not getting it because you need it. You getting it because you think it'll look good. 20-inch rims with spinners on them, tinted windows, 25-inch subwoofers, traffic tickets. When you put all them things together, it's not, and relationships are going to fall apart because the things that women want that the man can't afford to have, the woman's going to get upset about it. She's going to complain to him. He's going to argue with her. They're going to have enough fights until she breaks up with him because he's not paying for the stuff that she wants him to pay for. That's typically where things go. He's not paying for what she wants him to pay for, regardless of if she could pay for it herself. He's not paying for it the way she wants him to pay for it. You seen that woman that said, if he ain't got enough money, then it's going to be a desert around here. Like, he ain't going to get no sex. And so now they're using the intimacy, emotional and physical connection as a tool to manipulate the man to take the rent money and buy her whatever the fuck she wants, because if not, it's going to be a physical and emotional desert. So now he's held hostage to go to work, make extra money, bring it back to her to get her whatever she wants, because if she's happy, he will get acknowledged and recognized in his relationship. But if she's not happy, she will make him miserable. Now, I don't know why this has become a tradition, but that's not equality. That's not egalitarian behavior. That's a dictatorship. That is tyrannical. That is equivalent to Hitler style behavior. That's equivalent to, everybody that's not blonde hair, blue eyes gets it. That's equivalent. That's equivalent to the segregation treatment. Like, if you're going to mistreat somebody because you're not getting what you want out of that person, you're not in a healthy relationship. And a lot of the men, you were asking me about the lonely women in the relationships. A lot of men are lonely in their relationships because they work all the damn time. They come back, the woman is fussing and yelling and cussing at them all the dang time, complaining all the dang time. And then once the man finished doing everything that she wants, now she quiet, but she's still not valuing him as a man. So guess what happens? He's spending so much time at work. He actually is venting at work with the chick that is listening to him. She's going to give him the validation that he needs at work. And then he's going to end up with a relationship on the job because he spends more time at work than he spends at the house. And then that is going to lead to an affair. And then his wife is going to complain. But the other woman already knows about his wife because he's complaining to the other woman about his wife on a regular basis. And you already know that single women want married men. They don't give as much care about you being single. But when you taken, that's when they want you. And that's when the women that have taken that man have a heightened responsibility to maintain that position, like a 24/7 hardcore title. You cannot become the champion and then don't defend your title. You cannot become a girlfriend or a wife and don't defend your position. Just because you married him don't mean you're going to keep him. You're supposed to put more effort into keeping your boyfriend or your husband than what you expect him into put effort into satisfying your unrealistic expectations. Y'all need to think about that, ladies. Bayside said teaching them now to invest and learning about AI in a more modern world and jobs that contribute to the changing world. That is what we got to teach each other. Because you've got the financial technology that helps you with investing so that you don't got to pay $150 to $350 for consultations to have people invest for you. You can learn how to do this on your own. She can learn how to do this. He can learn how to do this. They can learn about separate stuff, and then they can come together and teach each other. So he's learning from her and she's learning from him. And then they're discussing their financial decisions and then investing together. That's how a modern day relationship should be, where their decision-making process leads to them getting larger returns. where their decision-making process stimulates their household more, where their decision-making process allows them to spend less time working for somebody else and more time together working on ways to make their money make more money for them, where they're putting more effort together in building the type of status where they can start up a business and generate an additional income off the profits from their investment. Because you can start up a real estate business. You can start up a hair salon. You can start up, like, I know a couple right now. She's a stylist at a hair salon and he's a barber. Okay. Now, they don't work in the same place. But what if they did, like the barbershop, where the man had the husbands on one side getting a haircut and the women on the other side getting they extensions put in. Y'all work out the same building. It would set a whole nother precedent. But I know a lot of people still feel like we have to live our own separate lives. You have to have the ability to be separate, self-sustainable, and still be able to function as a pact. But again, as we said earlier, this marriage is a financial contract and it's a job. So you're supposed to be able to clock in for this marriage and work together to make this marriage financially successful as well as emotionally successful. Then when you clock out of this marriage, you can go and hang out with your friends and family. But because you are in a marriage, it's like being an on-call doctor. You might have to take your marriage with you to go hang out with your friends and your family, because your marriage is also your identity now. You don't leave your driver's license at home when you go out of town and visit family. So why are you leaving your marriage at home when you go out of town and visit family? You should be taking your marriage with you. So while, yes, you can do some stuff together, you're going to spend less time by yourself when you're in a committed relationship than what you're going to spend when you're single. And that is what you're supposed to be planning for. Some people find themselves more emotionally free to make individual decisions because their decisions do not have to take into consideration how this will impact somebody else. But it's been statistically proven that men and women alike are healthier and happier with less stress and less anxiety in a positive relationship where they have a dependable partner. In a codependent scenario where he depends on her as much as she depends on him, they live a happier, more successful life, longer life than those individuals where one person's carrying all the weight by themselves and the other person's enjoying a ride. And not too many people are paying attention to that. There's a lot of, like, these women believe that, you know, it's all about how she feels and what she thinks, but men are going to feel angry. They're going to develop resentment towards their partners and for making unilateral decisions, especially if these decisions involve parenting the children. Women want to tell the children one thing when dad's not home, and then when dad's there, they're going to say something else. If dad puts his foot down and he decides that he wants his children to be raised a certain way, that's the way the child is supposed to be raised. Y'all supposed to be able to discuss this and agree on certain things, but y'all are not supposed to argue about how you're going to parent the children. We had this question the other day. I think you asked me this, Bayside. Well, what if they have different religious backgrounds? Find an equal medium. If some of y'all are Catholic and the rest of you are Protestant, find an equal medium. Teach them some things. Teach them all of it. You can teach them all of both. Don't devalue your partner's religious beliefs. Teach them both practices. If one of y'all is Muslim and the other one's Catholic, you teach them to pray towards the east and you teach them to pray at the bedside. Matter of fact, have the bed face the east. That way, when he prays, he's praying to both. You know, you can just work it out. But it takes an open mind to be able to work it out. But if y'all had a difference in religious beliefs, how the hell did y'all get to the child? Because you're not practicing them beliefs. But if you're not practicing them beliefs, so why the fuck are you arguing about your beliefs now that the child is here? You don't even act on your beliefs. So why are you telling me what you want your child to be raised as and you don't behave that way? You got to lead by example. You got to behave the way you want your children to behave. Instead of do as I say, not as I do, you need to practice what you preach. You need to do it the way you tell your children to do it. That way, when they see you do it, they see why it needs to be done that way. You follow the rules because it only works out for you in the long run. When you don't follow the rules, you might have short-term success. But if you follow the rules, you will get long-term gratification from that. That is what you learn from following the rules. When you see the adults follow the rules and you see the adults experiencing long-term success from following the rules, a lot of people say, well, I don't care about the consequences because they have not experienced the consequences. But once the consequences occur, those people want to apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you not? Please stop. Blah, blah, blah. Or some resentful. I hate you for consequences. Bro, I'm not the reason why you're experiencing the consequences. Your decisions are the reason why you're experiencing the consequences. If you would have followed my instructions, you would not have these consequences. But you didn't follow my instructions. And now you have to deal with your consequence. I'll help you through it. But you have to learn how to make better decisions. Now, Xander, this is one that's really bothering me. It's how they're trying to emasculate women like men to be men. Don't even worry about the setup. I ain't even trying to stress on it. I'm gonna talk about that. When we deal with a lot of these issues, it's going to manifest in open conflict or simmer into unspoken hostility and erode the foundation of the relationship. You're going to have feelings of shame and inadequacy. And this is going to be common, especially when men are feeling like they fail to protect or support their children or their partner in their relationships. And many men are going to grieve in silence, feeling like they have no right to express their pain or that their feelings are not recognized by society or the partner in their relationship. Now, about what you said, the emasculation of men has been a common behavior amongst feminist women since women's liberation. And before I get on that, let me see your rebuttal here to your own comment here. You say, I guess what I'm saying is a lot of men are acting like women. They talk like them. They don't have a backbone like a man. It's out of control. So let me talk on that then, because that's a little bit different. Men are raised by women right now, because out of 100% of the breakups, divorces, where a child is in play, 18% of the children have men in their lives. And out of the 50-50 standard, about half of those children should be boys, which means about 9% of boys grow up with their fathers after a breakup. That's basically what you're looking at. Therefore, more men are going to grow up fully understanding femininity with no knowledge of what masculinity looks like. And those men have been conditioned by their mothers to be submissive to their mother and submissive to their grandmother and submissive to their auntie and submissive to their sister, which is going to lead the man to believe in his society that a man should be submissive to his girlfriend. Now, women are not attracted to submissive men. They're attractive to masculine men. They want that man to submit to her out of loyalty to the sex that she can provide to him so that he doesn't leave her for another woman, but she does not want him to be submissive all the way around. She wants him to be able to take control and lead as long as she approves of his leadership. But she does not want him to ask her for permission to take charge. Now, the problem is that women are raising men not to take charge. So if the women want men to be more masculine, they have to do one of two things. You must respect this boy as a man from youth and teach him how to be assertive to you as well as other women when he knows that what's going wrong is not right. So that when he becomes a man, that he will not allow his society to crush him. Or you make sure that that boy's got a man in his life that'll teach him exactly that, so that that boy can grow up in a society that will not crush him. There is no situation where a non-masculine man survives in a society that will crush the lack of assertiveness. And what will end up happening is you will be a yes man on a job where you're making minimum wage for 50 years, never get a raise, never get a promotion. Yes, boss, whatever you say, boss. That almost sounds like 1945 when you was the head boy in the field. Yes, boss, right away, boss. No backbone. In order for a man to be a protector, he has to be. I told y'all this before. You got dogs? I got dogs. Y'all know I got dogs. When your dogs get ready to protect you, you don't stop them. Why? Because if your dogs believe that you're in danger and you stop them from protecting you, when you are in danger, they're not going to protect you. If you allow your dogs to protect you reasonably, they know that they can protect you and they will put their lives on the line to protect you. Like dogs, men are supposed to be taught, if you want them to protect you, you teach them to get in line to protect you. You teach them to be in the way of danger. You teach them how to instruct you on where to go and where to stay to be safe until he finishes protecting you. Even Superman will tell Lois to go hide over here and wait till I get back. Don't move and stay out of the way. And what does her stupid ass do? Go run out there and try to protect something that can lift 1 billion pounds. And then she end up in danger. He got to block her from the attack and then he get hurt. I was just trying to help. You would have helped if you would have followed my instructions. What we have to recognize is that if you want men to be protectors, you got to teach them how to protect. You want men to be providers, you got to teach them how to provide. You can't give a man a fish and expect him to know how to fish. You got to teach him how to fish. But can't nobody do nothing on no empty stomach. So you got to feed him first so that his mind is clear. And then you teach him how to fish so that he can get his own shit. You teach a man how you pay for what he needs and then teach him how to go make some money. And then once he knows how to make some money, you let him get whatever the fuck he wants after that. You take care of your kids until they're old enough to work. And then you teach them how to work to make their own money. And then when they make their own money, they get whatever they want because they earn their own money. That teaches them self-sufficiency. In order for you to raise men, you have to respect the boys as men. I've got young men in my classes. They come to me. You see, Ruderus, he's 15. Nico is 17. I got him up in there 8 through 30. And I yes, sir, all of them, not because I get paid to. I yes, sir, all of them out of respect. Because if they're taught from children to say yes, sir, no, sir, not because I'm your elder, but because I respect you as my elder. And you teach them to say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, not because you're my elder, but because I respect you as my elder. They will never lose respect for their elders. They will walk in the room with mutual respect instead of having to be corrected for being disrespectful. Which, if you have a defiant child, if you correct them for being disrespectful, they will be even more disrespectful. But society will watch how they treat their elders and lose respect for them because they're not respecting their elders. Then they wonder why they miss out on opportunities. Billionaires will frown upon your behavior because your behavior is resembling low status and low class. You just lost out on a financial opportunity. an investor that would have invested in your project. But if you respect your elders, then your society will respect you. If you respect your elders, then your society will put more effort into aiding you in your success. So if the society is sad at the men that are coming out right now, because all of them dancing like Usher, swiveling all over the dance floor and stuff, don't now one of them know how to pick up a hammer, lift a jack, change oil. All of them know how to moonwalk though. And you wonder why that is. Because they were raised by women. Because y'all remember back in the 80s and 70s when we was growing up, the girls used to dance, the boys used to fight, work out, and play football. The girls used to dress up. The boys used to race bicycles. The boys used to do stunts. The boys used to wander through the woods and get lost. Now, the boys is dancing. The boys is playing dress up. I had one boy tell me he had to hurry up and get out of my math class so that he could go get himself a facial. As soon as he said that, I said, I bet the girls at your school just love you, huh? Let me tell you something. All due respect, from back in the day till now, the men they spending too much time learning how to be feminine, but learn how to crush a brick with another brick. Learn why they made steel toe shoes and why you don't own a pair. Men were taught how to defend, so they learned how to use knives, not for just cutting meat. Remember back in you don't have to be in the Secret Service to know how to throw a knife and hit a target, but you should know how to throw a knife and hit a target. Women are more willing to be mauled by bears because men are too feminine to protect them from the bear in the beginning. But the women believe that, oh, the man is going to do her something. Sweetheart, that if you in the woods with a man and there's a bear there, he going to hide behind your G.I. Jane looking ass out there trying to fight that bear off, because the men don't have the backbone because they're raised by women. But in an egalitarian lifestyle, two feminine behaviors can come together and still be successful. Bayside said men are one word away from confrontation at all times. That's because everybody's waiting on that one moment where they can butt heads and get into a fight. But y'all don't know how to fight though. Ain't nobody taught you how to fight, but you want to get into one. I remember back in the day before guns was popular and we had disagreements and we would fight. I remember back in the day before guns was popular and we fought just to see who could fight. We're 10 or 15 of us and get together like Fight Club and we would fight. First blood match, first person to draw blood lost, and we would just fight. Your turn, you ain't fought yet. That's what kids used to, that's what the boys used to do. And you would learn how to fight by getting beat up by your friends. Then we used to have bullies back in the day, but we learned how to fight by getting jumped by our enemies. But we got jumped by our enemies because they couldn't fight us by themselves. So they would bring 5, 7, 9 people because that's how strong we were. You got kids these days that their worst enemy is saying something negative on social media. Our worst enemy was waiting for us at the bus stop when we got off the bus with 8 people and no witnesses and a quarter-mile walk back to the house. And at the end of the day, when you really can sit here and I can count, my worst fight was 35 against 1. And I was the last one standing. And I can tell you right now, when the police seen that, they was like, yeah, we ain't messing with him. Loose cannon. Loose cannon. At 13 years old. 35 against 1. But who does that? You got to have a strong will to keep going, like an Energizer bunny. But these days, oh, he says something nasty to me on social media. Now I want to hurt myself. That's because they've been raised feminine. Your whole life is lived based on your image on social media. I got people right now that might have would have soundbited my show and said something negative about me on social media, talk dirt about me on their channel. Do I give a fuck? No, because I'm gonna get paid whether they say something about me or not. Now, when a deal go full circle, though, what we're gonna be looking at is if it got serious in person, I would be the one to regulate. But these kids out here waiting to bump into somebody and get into a fist fight in the street, they ain't about that life. As they say, they don't want that smoke. Bayside says strong men want a soft, feminine, understanding, yet strong woman that can hold her own. That is exactly right. A real man wants a woman that is going to be soft and feminine with him, understanding, nurturing to him, supportive of him, backing him up. But she is strong enough that she can hold it down till he get there. Them women in them thriller movies where the shit go down, she called her man, he on his way, but she fighting off the villain by herself. And then right before she can't fend herself no further, her man to come and save the day. That's the women that we want. But that same woman, when he said get out of the house, she got out of the house. When he said come here, she came. When he said stay, she stayed. Y'all got to understand though, there's a line there. In order for me to be the best man I can be, you got to step down. Women cannot maintain the primary authority position and still be protected by the primary authority. You can't do it. Even the president will back down from his position as the most powerful man in the world to allow the CIA to protect him from a threat that he can't stop himself from getting got by. Building forts. We used to build forts all the time. We used to have forts, and we used to have friends that were rivals where they would build a counter fort, and then we would come and clash each other to try to take over each other's forts. Girls had doll houses, stickers, wands that made noise, Sailor Moon, glitter dance. Now we got grown men parading through the streets with Sailor Moon glitter dance. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, this is some aggressive stuff. And I'm trying to figure out, why do we have a society that does not like what we're becoming, but is encouraging it to get that way? I don't like the way it's going, but I'm going to encourage it to get that way. You see all the people that's mad at the current president? I talked to y'all about Project 2025. I went through the whole 990 pages and I told y'all what it was about. I told y'all what it was about in September. Then when he got voted in, everything I said that he was going to do, except for ban OnlyFans, he has done. And now the women who voted for him are mad. The LGBTQ community that voted for him is mad. And I'm sitting over here like, why y'all mad? Y'all created this monster. Because the worst thing you would have had is all the old black men would have got $1,237,000 for being descendants of slaves. That's the worst that you would have had. With 70% of the economy, get $1 million, waste that $1 million, and everybody still be broke. That's the worst that y'all would have had if y'all would have voted for Kamala Harris. Oh yeah, the deficit would have got worse. We would have been in so much debt, but the worst y'all would have got was that. Now that the Department of Education shut down, the post office is being privatized and then fired half the workers. Shit taking us 2 months to get shipped that used to be 14 days. Yeah, everything is changing now because that's what y'all wanted. And now y'all sad about what y'all got. Women are mad about how the men came out, but the women that are mad about how the men came out, y'all raised these men to be this way. Between the mothers that raised the boys to become young men to behave the way they behave, and the girlfriends that corrupted the whatever masculinity he had so that she could dominate the relationship, that's what created the men. So the men that are in their 30s and 40s are probably the last generation of men that maintain some type of male role model in their life. And the men that are 15 to 25 had nothing but women controlling them. That's why y'all can see these social media channels where these girls is over here yoking them up by the thing and threatening them. And the challenge where, oh, she's a random chick kind of thing. Oh, pretend like I'm another girl kind of thing. Fuck with me like that, girl. Because I'm gonna treat you the same way regardless. Because when I look at you, I see the woman that I want. Now you try that shit with me, I'm gonna treat you the same way every time. And you get mad about it too much, I'm gonna put your ass out and go get me another woman that's not gonna test me. Because as a man, you're not supposed to test my trust and my loyalty with you. You are not supposed to put me through no boot camp training. That's one of the reasons why the younger women are going to want a masculine man that is more mature. Because when you in your 40s and 50s, you don't give a fuck no more. You're not about to sit over here and bow down to her. Oh, let me prove to you that if another woman was to come and approach herself with me, that I'm gonna reject her holistically. My conscience should do that instinctually. If I'm committed to you, I'm not going to feel comfortable with another woman flirting with me. I'm not going to notice when she's flirting with me, but when she's that obvious that I notice it, I'm going to feel uncomfortable. And that's going to want to force me to remove myself from the situation because of my loyalty to you. That is so deep seated in me that you're not going to see it, but they're going to see it. My loyalty to you is so deep seated in me that everybody else knows about you. Because every other word in my mouth is how good my girl is if she's good to me. How bad my girl is if she's not. We're not supposed to talk about our relationships outside of our relationships, but that's what we do. If my loyalty to you is so deep-seated that everybody, when they see you, will come and tell me that you're here. You don't have to announce yourself. You can walk in the room and sit down, and I will come from the back because somebody saw you walk in and knew that you were mine. Because your reputation through me is that wherever you are, I'm supposed to be. So if I did not know you got here, somebody will tell me that you showed up, and then I will be allowed to stop what I'm doing and come and entertain you because you are mine the same way I am yours. And that type of loyalty you cannot test. You want to know if your man is loyal to you? Go to his fucking job, sit there and don't say shit. See how long it takes for him to come from the back and come and recognize you. Because if he's been talking to his co-workers about you, the woman that sat you at the table will tell him in the kitchen, because that's where the men work at in the restaurant, is in the fucking kitchen. They don't work on a sales floor. The women work on the sales floor. She will go back in the kitchen, tell him that your ass showed up and is sitting at table 9. He's going to tell his homie, you cover my spot. He's going to cover the spot during a damn rush. Your husband going to come from the back, come to you, baby, what you doing here? Nah, I got a few minutes, even though he's in the fucking rush and he's slammed. That is how you test your man's loyalty. This stupid shit y'all got going on social media, jumping on your man, pretend like I'm another woman. No. Test him for real. Test him for real. Test him for real. You want to see what kind of man you got? Let the battery die on your damn car. Call your man and tell him that the car won't start. See how quick he will stop what he's doing and he will come to you and come and jump your fucking car off. That's how you test your man. You want to see what kind of man you got? Don't put yourself in danger. Don't put yourself in danger. Don't fuck the car up. But when you have a flat, as you're getting ready to change that tire, call him and see how quick he come to see if you could change the tire, because you could do it your damn self. But then let's see how quick he come and make sure that tire's changed. Where you at? I'm on my way. You could change the goddamn tire, but he gonna come and check your work and make sure that the tire don't fall off. Because that is loyalty. That is what you need to make sure, is that he give a shit about your safety, that he care that you make it to your destination, that you got what you need. You ain't got to call him up and tell your man that you need money. You know what kind of man you got when you call your man up and tell him that you're going to go into the grocery store. He gonna send you some money. You call him up, tell him you going to the store, ask him if he needs something. He gonna ask you if you got enough money. I don't know. I might. All right. How much do you need is gonna be one question, or I'm gonna send you some money. You ain't even at the damn register yet. The man that just sent you $500 because he don't want you to be broke. You could test his loyalty in ways that's not demasculating. Some women will test their man's loyalty. This looks heavy. That's all right, baby. I got it. But see, instead of y'all doing it respectfully, y'all test his loyalty with, come pick this up. Oh, you ain't barking orders. He will make you wait. He'll make you wait. Can you help me with this? Knowing that he just got sat down to relax. You want to find something for him to do. Don't test his loyalty that way. You want to test his loyalty. Test his loyalty in ways that make fucking sense. You know something while we own this, he said, get a flat. Yeah, get a flat. But you know something, another way? This is another way. We ain't been doing this. We ain't been doing this. These females be testing a man with this stupid shit. Pretend like I'm another woman. Why don't you try this shit, y'all? Why don't y'all make this a goddamn trend on social media real quick? What if the house is burnt down? How are you going to get me out of here? What if the house is burnt down and I'm unconscious from the smoke? How are you going to get me out of here? What are the exit routes to this building? In case of an emergency, how are you going to rescue me? Teach your man to be a fucking superhero instead of teaching him to be a straight up bitch. That's how you test his loyalty. Let him show you how he gonna put your ass on his back, carry you in a blanket, and get you out of that house with a fucked up leg and make sure that you survive even if he don't. That is what you need to be testing in your man. Not, pretend like I'm another woman. What would you do? No. Pretend like the house is burning down. What would you do? We got 2 kids in here. Me and 2 kids in here, and the house is on fire. Who you saving first? Shit. If you don't grab them damn kids first, we gonna fight, because you can grab one child and I can grab another child and we can run up out this bitch. But the priorities are so skewed, and there's so much selfishness. Men are being trained by women to be submissive and obedient so that she's got all the control. She's going to utilize his resources. He has no value outside of being a paycheck, because women are self-sustainable, but they're also independent. And being independent, you sacrifice your team to be successful. You LeBron James, your relationship, you sacrifice your team to be successful, which means that your husband is a tool. He's not your partner. He's a tool. And you use him until he's worn out, and then you throw him away and get you another one instead of sharpening your tool. But back when we was kids, they don't even do it in schools these days. In school, in 1st and 2nd and 3rd grade, the teacher used to make us draw our house and then draw exit strategies. That used to be the first photo that we drew and brought home, and mama used to put that shit up on the refrigerator. But guess what the hell that did? That told everybody that from where you standing at right now, you got 2 windows to your left, 1 window to the right, front door and a back door. Get up out this house. Because while fires normally start in kitchens, fires start at the hot water heater, the dryer, and any light fixture in the house can catch on fire. And if you got somebody who smoked, fire start in the bedroom. And at the end of the day, from no matter where you are to your nearest exit strategy, especially if you want a higher floor, 2nd, 3rd, 4th floor, how you getting out of this building? If you live in an apartment complex and your ass ain't got a rope in your bedroom, you're stupid. because that bedroom window is the fastest way to get out of this building. If you could tie that rope to something in that house that will not break, you can shimmy down the damn window and get out of the house faster than trying to run through the house burning down once the front door get blocked. But don't nobody teach nobody emergency plans these days. You know, medical facilities use your emergency contact as a second option for bill collection. When you give them an emergency contact, that's just an additional source to collect the debt. So if you owe the hospital, they'll call your emergency contact to collect payment. But your cell phone, fuck the hospital, your cell phone has an option for emergency contacts. How many people have you listed on your cell phone as an emergency contact? Did you know that even if your cell phone is locked and you're in an emergency situation, that somebody can access your emergency contacts and call them while your phone is locked and tell them that you're in trouble? So that instead of them getting the first call from the hospital, they get the first call from the scene. Y'all don't think about that shit. But let me GPS my man so that I know where he at. He better not be at Bonquisha house again. But let him be in a car crash 2 blocks away from Bonquisha's house. You wouldn't even know about it because you're not even listed as his emergency contact on his cell phone. You want to test your man loyalty? Hit him with that SOS signal on your cell phone. Y'all GPS tracking one another. There's a function on most cell phones. If you double tap certain things, SOS, all of your emergency contacts are notified that you're in trouble. When you get it, how long does it take for them to call you back and see if you're okay? Even if it's a false alarm. Text message, phone call, something. How long does it take for them to respond to that SOS message? We're not paying attention to the right stuff. You want to make sure that his GPS signal ain't near the strip club. That man could be in the middle of a whorehouse. You still should be able to send him an SOS signal. He should be able to stop what he's doing and come save your ass. Because that's the loyalty that you need. Shit. Every king had concubines in addition to his wife. So he had a wife and as many mistresses as he could afford. But when the queen was in trouble, them mistresses was not important. The queen was important. He sacrificed all the other women in his house for the queen. So stop worrying about who jumping on a man while you don't feel like jumping on a man. You just worry about the fact that he could throw them women off and come and save you when you in trouble. That's what y'all should be paying attention to. You should be teaching your children, you should be teaching your boys about the responsibility of showing up on time. Not just showing up on time for work, showing up on time for emergencies. You know, your children would not be missing in action if they can't be too far away from the house due to response time. Answer me this. Why there are no police officers in the neighborhood next to the police station? Because fuck that neighborhood. Out there in Beverly Hills, the response time's got to be 2 minutes. Right there, 2 blocks away from the police station, response time, 45 minutes. In order for you to be 10, 15 minutes response time from your household, you got to be what? 20, 30 minutes away so that if you double in the speed limit, you get back there in 10, 15 minutes. So that lets you know that you can't go too far away from whoever is valuable to you, because in order for you to get there in time, you got to be nearby. Now, in your relationship, here's something interesting. In your relationship, if you're about to go far, so far that you're not going to be able to come back in time to protect your partner, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to take your partner with you. That way you can keep them safe. Now, You want to test your man? You want to test his masculinity, his loyalty and stuff? Test it in an appropriate fashion. He's going out of town. See if he bought a second ticket for you. Because he should be taking you with him. That way, he can keep you safe. I can protect myself. When you say that, you're devaluing and demasculating your man. It don't matter if you can protect yourself. It's not about you protect yourself when your man's not there. You let him protect you when he's there. That's part of his job. I can shoot inside of 60 yards. But if I got a security team, I should not have to shoot. I got shooters to shoot for me. So if I got shooters to shoot for me, then why am I shooting when these people are getting paid to do that? Y'all got to understand, know your role and shut your mouth. As I said, they protect the rich and their property. But why do they protect the rich and their property, though? Why do you think that the rich get treated better than the poor? I want to see what your answer is about that. Why? Because I can tell you why. You're not even going to think about it like this, but I can tell you why. Why do you think that the rich get more protection than the poor? And while you answer that question, studies consistently find that abortion, especially when not mutually agreed upon, leads to a reduction in self-disclosure, intimacy, and trust between partners. Defensive communication, avoidance, and negative behaviors, as well as emotional distance, often develops, and making it harder for couples to support one another or heal together going forward after the abortion occurs. The majority of relationships do not survive after an abortion when there is disagreement or when the man feels excluded from the decision. And the emotional fallout can be so severe that couples either break up abruptly or the relationship limps on with a conspiracy of silence, lacking the openness and connection needed for survival. Now, he says, well, they have businesses, they have properties, they have the money. No. They go and protect the rich people because, one, yes, the rich people do protect, pay for the protection, but because rich people follow fucking instructions. The police have so much trouble providing protection in low-income neighborhoods because you can't tell me what to do, pig. Well, fuck you then, suffer. In a wealthy community, yes, sir, whatever you need, just save me. They make the job of being a protector easier. Oh yeah, they ain't got no problem with swinging over there. And the bonus is that is where my paycheck comes from. But do you think they put as much effort into a defiant, non-compliant person that's wealthy as they do with one that cooperates? No, not without being paid a substantially larger quantity of money to do the same work. But off the basis of this is my hourly wage, it is easier to protect somebody that allows themselves to be protected than it is to protect somebody who will not allow you to protect them. And really and truly, only the broke-minded individuals feel like they don't need no help. The Second Amendment individuals will protect themselves with their right to bear arms. However, if you don't have, he says, well, they also have lawyers, good lawyers. But funny thing though, you can have a good lawyer. You could have took the shots, George Zimmerman. get off on a charge. But when your lawyer told you to sit down and shut up, you sat down and shut up. Again, you pay lawyers to protect you, and your lawyer says, say nothing. Even if there's so much shit you want to say, you're paying this lawyer to tell you how to get out of the shit you just caused for yourself. And your lawyer tells you, don't say nothing. You don't say nothing. If your dad tells you, I'm going to send you to Paris for 6 months to let the heat die down, you're going to tell nobody where you're going. You will disappear off the face of the earth and get on that plane and go to Paris, and you will not talk about this until the heat dies down. Because you're paying for protection, and you will do as you're told to be protected, even if you don't like it. Witness protection. In order for witness protection to work, you have to disconnect yourself from the network that you already have. This means that you have to follow the instructions of the people who tell you, do not call, text, email, or get on social media with anybody who is affiliated with your former life. Your new life is this. Now, the people who follow that instructions, less likely to be killed than the people who don't. And if you don't follow the instructions, we will kick you out of the program, bring you back to the neighborhood of where you came from, and you will be on your own. It is easier to protect people who cooperate. It is easier to provide for people who cooperate. It doesn't matter who's paying the bill. It doesn't matter if she's paying the bill or if he's paying the bill. A woman can pay the bill. But if he tells you, if she tells him, I can only afford $150 tonight, he can't order the $85 steak at the end of the day. Because if that's all she can afford, Hunter Biden, exactly. If that's all that she can afford, and he noticed she on a budget, he should be ordering the 2 for $25. At the end of the day, if in order for you to be taken care of by somebody else, you have to cooperate. And that's one of the downfalls that most women's mentality has, is that they want to be in charge and they want to be kept at the same time. In order to be kept, you have to follow instructions. And in order to be in charge, you have to take all of the heat from being in charge. You cannot be the leader without the conflict of being a leader, and you cannot be protected without the subordinates and submissiveness of following instructions. You cannot be a dependent without following the authority of the head of household. Children listen to their parents because their parents pay for them. The submissive one in a relationship follows instructions because the dominant one in a relationship pays for them, regardless of which gender it is. As long as you aim to be the dependent, you must change your mentality to be supportive. As long as you aim to be dominant, you must change your mentality to be a provider. Doesn't matter which gender you are. Since we're dealing in a country full of feminine men, ladies, be masculine, but be the masculine provider, not the masculine recipient of providing. Because ain't no man trying to rent no other man. So don't be masculine if you want to be taken care of. But don't demand feminine treatment if you want to be masculine. Bayside says, Xander, why is it third world countries where people are poor, the people are married and they have children and they stay married? Make that make sense. Here in America, it's embarrassing. If you get an argument, you've been married for less than 3 months, you'll get a divorce like it's nothing. Oh, I can make that make sense because the women in poor countries don't have the ability to be greedy. The women in poor countries don't know nothing but how to work and provide for the family. The women in poor countries are taught from childhood to be helpers. And therefore, when they get a man, they're going to be a helper to that man. And they're going to live a poor lifestyle together. And picture this real quick. If you were born in a prison cell and all you knew was that prison cell, you ain't got nothing to compare that lifestyle to. But if you were born in Beverly Hills and then you get put into a prison cell, you compare what you have to what you used to have, and you feel like you have less, and now you're unsatisfied. If you go from being in a prison cell to being in Beverly Hills, you compare what you have now to what you never had, and now you're entitled. You have this sense of entitlement. If you have the ability to be spoiled and not receive any requirement to reciprocate, then get put into a situation where you have to be responsible and reciprocate, you're going to be pissed off that you used to live a lifestyle where you were kept and now you have to contribute. You don't like the fact that you have to contribute, so you're going to complain about it. In a society in a third world country, and there are only third world countries because we want to prioritize America as a first world country, but they're less developed countries. They're not necessarily third world. They're just the fifth, seventh, eighth development out of a few hundred countries, to be honest with you. But just to say, third world country, those women that have not been spoiled by their society still maintain rational and logical thinking, and they have been trained by their parents, both mother and father, even if they lived in a single mother scenario where it was the mom and the mom's mom and mom's dad. They were taught to be in a committed situation, being a partner to the objective, where the women go out and get jobs and help the family to take care of their brothers and sisters. They take that mentality with them to take care of their husband and their children, and they're going to strive to be better. You got to understand, the women in third world countries got degrees. They got 2, 3, 4 degrees. They speak 4, 5, 7 languages. But if they get a man that will take care of them, they will rub his feet and braid his hair, take care of his mama, take care of his daddy, take out their dogs, whatever the man want her to do, build up the house. They will do whatever he want them to do, because he is taking over her responsibility to provide for herself. He is now providing for her, and in return, she will provide for him whatever he wants. The women in America don't have that mentality. And the reason why the women in America are arguing with the men is because the women believe that they are in charge when they get in a relationship where they want to be a dependent. You are not in charge if you're a dependent. If you want equal responsibility, you have equal contribution, which means you're not pampered. But if you want pampered, you're not in charge. Women that want to be kept in third world countries do not want that responsibility to take care of themselves, will do whatever their man tells them to do. That's why there's no arguments there. So here in America, because women believe that they're entitled to a man's income, they have this feeling that they're entitled to the man's income in exchange for sex. The women will argue with the man because she's in charge, because she's the provider of sex. He is renting her presence because she is the provider of sex. And he must submit to her authority because she is the provider of sex. That is the reason why a relationship will start off. They're together for 7, 8 months. They end up married, been married for 3, 5 months, been together for a total of 1 year, 5 months and 6 days, and then gotten divorced and broken up, and they ain't talking together no more because she thought she was the boss when she got a man that does more than she does. She was never the boss. When she decided to aim higher than her, he was in charge from day one. He didn't know that. And when he pushed back, she had to choose between respecting his authority and abandoning his income. And if he didn't make enough money for the lifestyle that she wanted, she had no problem with walking away from that shit. Bayside said, now, ladies, I intentionally asked that question because I knew Xander could articulate the answer beautifully. Well done. Oh, I ain't got no sweat. I want that smoke. I want that smoke because I'm not going to sit here and try to chop up women and make it seem like women aren't valuable. Women are valuable, but women don't want to be valuable. The things that you have to understand, and we talked about this before, society was built by men. All of the most advanced technology in this world was built by men. But all of the stuff that men built was to replace what women don't want to do. If women look at technology right now, they would be able to see exactly how valuable they used to be. Now that men are becoming dependent on technology, they're making girlfriends out of robots. To do what? Replace the wives that women don't want to be. Now, women ask themselves, with all of this technology replacing the duties of a woman, what else is there besides being the provider of sex? Again, you have this problem where if all your worth is sex and reproduction, and you don't want to reproduce, now the only thing you are is the provider of sex, which is the same as the call girl on the corner and the girl on the OnlyFans page. If that is all your worth, he's renting you for your time, which still means that you got to earn your keep, because another female that can provide the same sex you could provide, that might be willing to give children where you're not, will beat you out of your position. Another woman that provides the same sex that you provide might actually provide personal assistant behavior, where she's catering to the needs of the man, where you're not willing to do that. And then he'll replace you with her. The same way the coach will cut the worst player on the team and recruit somebody new who can catch the ball. The same way they got rid of Garcia off of the Bucks and put what's your boy on there? Not Michael Vick. I can't remember his name because they traded his ass to the Saints. And then he ended up being a third string quarterback on the Saints. But the fact is that they traded the quarterback because the quarterback came on prestige. The quarterback sucked, so they changed the quarterback. And my point is with that metaphor is that they got you because they thought you could have been a good wife. They were hoping that you would change to become a good wife. You weren't good enough to be a wife. Then they dropped you and got another woman and made her a wife. She does not have to be as attractive as you. She just has to be more reliable than you. And that's why a lot of women are like, oh, well, why? How come a man will leave his fine ass girlfriend for this ugly bitch on the side? Because that ugly bitch on the side is doing the shit that you don't want to do. You could be a 9 or a 10. And if you're not doing the shit that a 4 or a 5 will do, a man will upgrade from your 9 to her 4 because he's getting more out of her ugly ass than what he was getting out your attractive ass. That's why. He said, just like Stephen Curry's wife tried to do Aisha, but she got humbled real fast. Women are taught use what you got to get what you want. That's true. That's true. They have been taught that. Men have been taught that too. It's just done differently. Women are taught to use their bodies to get the resources that they want. Men have been taught to use their bodies to get the resources that they need to pay for what they want from the women. Men who don't have physical attributes to use their physical bodies to make resources, they're taught to use their minds to get the resources, to get the women that they want. Women are taught to use their minds to get more money until a man shows up. But they're never taught to turn that shit off when the man shows up. They're taught you don't need a man. You can do this by yourself. You're supposed to be self-sustainable until your partner shows up to take over. But you're not supposed to be independent when your partner is there to do it. Because let me ask you a question. Why would you get a lawyer if you're going to represent yourself in court? And the lawyer can do a better job than you. Why would you select a surgeon and then operate on yourself? Why would you get a housekeeper and then you're going to clean the house for the housekeeper? Why select a man to protect and provide for you and then you're going to protect and provide for him, for yourself? Why? It make no sense. Why would a boss hire employees to fulfill a job role and then the boss fulfills the job role? It doesn't happen that way. I got a company. I create a position. I pay you to fulfill that position. I am no longer doing that work. I can do it if you don't do it, but I'm not doing it because that's why you're here. And if women had that same mentality, I can do this by myself, but I'm not doing it because that's why you're here. So instead of rubbing it in his face, oh, you ain't shit, I don't need you, I can do it all by myself. No, I need you to be here so that I don't have to do this by myself. So do it and do it well, because if I have to do it, then I will replace you. But I shouldn't have to do it because that is why you are here. Now, if we flip that same exact statement, ladies, if I got to do what you are supposed to be doing, then why are you here? And I can tell you, I've had this situation. I was at the table in my kitchen talking to the girl at the table. I had then just drove her to the house. We had drove a long distance to get there. She started an argument with me first thing in the morning, and I looked her in the face, and the first thing came to mind was an instinctual question. Why the fuck are you here? That's exactly what I asked her. And she got offended by that. But I'm like, no, seriously, why are you here? She's like, well, you brought me here. No, that's not what I mean. I want to understand, why are you here? Because I brought you here to be part of my peace, not part of my problems. So why are you here if you're not part of my peace? Okay. Gotta tell you, if these individuals understand what they're supposed to be doing and why they're doing it, then they would have less conflict in their relationships. We would not be as disastrous if we had more focus on what is best for ourselves and our relationship and our partner, all in the same mentality. It should not just be focused on number one. It should be focused on us. It should never be a me anymore. It should be a us from now on. Basically, I said, oh yeah, men have been washing their own clothes, have been paying their own rent or mortgage, fixing their own cars, investing. The only thing they can't really do on their own is make a child. And actually, the only thing they can't do on their own is incubate the child. Because actually, as I said earlier today, the same way women can get sperm donors, men can get surrogate mothers. He can have her artificially inseminated. She can birth his child, and he can just pay her a stack of cash and be a single dad. Yes, you can create a child without a woman. You don't want to. You shouldn't. And if you're not caring about whether or not that child carries your genetic code, you're supposed to be able to go to an orphanage and adopt a child that doesn't have a parent, and you can be a single dad that way. But nobody is supposed to be trying to do this by themselves. So even if a man could acquire a lineage without the aid of a woman, and even though a woman can acquire a lineage without the aid of a man, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to have that mindset to do this together. That's what you're supposed to have. And they don't have that mindset a lot of the times. And post-COVID, it's every man for himself. Everybody's doing for their number one. And they're not focusing on nobody else in their cabinet. They're not focusing on nobody else in their network. But when they need something, they hand out. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I might give you back, but gimme, gimme, gimme. If you don't need nothing, you don't fuck with your people. But see, you're supposed to be a helper. So as a helper, let me help you with something. Do you need something? What can I get for you? How can I make your day better, less stressful? I told y'all this before. Right now, I got phone calls where only time me and the people that I associate with, which is a select few, is when they need something. That's the only time they call me. They don't call me and ask me how I'm doing, how's life, because they know. They see me on the podcast every day. They know. All they need to know is that I'm alive. Now, it's not a one-sided situation, because those same people who call me when they need something, those are the same people that I call when I need something. I never tell them no. They never tell me no. As a result, I never ask for a return on my investment, because a return on my investment is when I call you, you don't tell me no. You might tell me you got to wait in line. You might tell me I can't get it to you today, but I can get it done in a couple days. But you're going to get it done. And as long as you get it done, I'm good with that. Xander, how do you explain that to a child that doesn't have a mother, or vice versa, when they say, who's my dad or who's my mom? What women usually do is women usually teach children that some shit about a stork, or they have a situation where dad ran out or something like that. They make it seem like dad ain't shit. Then they have some individuals that evade or avoid the topic altogether. Something happened where me and your dad's just not around. Some people will lie and say that dad is dead. That way you don't ask no more questions. What was he like? Let's not talk about it. But every child wants to know where they came from. Every child wants to know where they came from. So it is up to us to make sure that we can give them as many answers as possible. But what we also recognize is that when it comes to the men will tell you straight up where the hell you came from. I bought your ass on Amazon. That's where the fuck you came from. Shit. Like, yeah, I went down to the local food mart. There was 2 of y'all over there. Buy one, get one. I bought both of y'all, but one of y'all didn't make it back to the house. So you're still here. Men ain't got no problem with telling you what's what. I created you. What do you think Elon tells his kid? His kid's got the name of a test tube. I incubated you. That's what happened. Shit. You contain my DNA, so you are my lineage. I will name everything after you. SpaceX, Twitter X, Satellite X. Can you imagine the child's kid's going to be X Junior? Or even better, X Box. Ha! Test tube 421467. Now, you know what's funny about that? Usually the serial number on a test tube is how many attempts that we have. So you're the success, and we had 421,466 failures. That's what that means. So you weren't the first attempt. Trappist 1000. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. So if we was to think about where we're going and how we're going to get this done, we would find ourselves in a better scenario. And that's why I say that we're supposed to change our mentality going in, because if we keep that open line of communication, that's where transparency is supposed to be at, not whether or not you cheating on your partner with somebody else. The transparency is supposed to come in. What is your wants, needs, desires, and ambitions, your goals in life, your bucket list, the things you want to accomplish, the things that will validate you and ratify you and give you a feeling of accomplishment, the things that you are duty bound to. That's what they need to be trying to find out. Not where you been and let me smell your dick. What they need to be finding out is with what would make you feel complete. What do you want to accomplish in this world for you to feel complete? And then when you find that out, you're supposed to do everything in your power to help your partner achieve that. Now, on our main topic, men who experience the kind of loss that men experience with abortions find it difficult to trust future partners or fully engage in new relationships. So unresolved grief and resentment can carry over, affecting future fatherhood and intimacy scenarios where men are just not going to trust the women, and they're not going to really be as involved and as intimate with women going forward. But both men and women may experience sexual dysfunctions, decreased desires, and difficult connections emotionally after an abortion, especially if the decision was contentious or traumatic. Bayside says, man, may he do me a solid and let's talk about friendship and users on your next show. Let me squeeze it in because I already had a show for tomorrow. I could try to see, well, what was I supposed to be doing for tomorrow? Because we were supposed to be talking about something tomorrow. Let me see what we got going on. Special shout out to those of you that are watching us over here on Twitter. Tomorrow we were supposed to be talking about what? Can you find love without dating? That's what we were supposed to be talking about tomorrow. So since that's what we were supposed to be talking about tomorrow, yeah, I think I can rearrange that and we can talk about the now what do you mean by friendships versus users? Because we have okay. Okay, I'll tell you what. So what I'll do is I'll put friendships and users on next Thursday's show then, because I know that Thursday's show is supposed to be a good one, and then Saturday's show is supposed to be a good one, and then Sunday is supposed to be our questions and comments. And they typically get pretty radical. So I typically find some of the outrageous ones, and then we talk about those. And then Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we could talk about money. So what I can do is I could throw Thursday up there where we can kind of outline like friendships and users. Now, what kind of friendships and users do you want to talk about? Because we've talked about friend zones. We've talked about personal networks. We've talked about being the most successful person in your network. And a friendship is a form of a network, whether it's a business friendship or a personal friendship. The difference between a friendship and a relationship is the intimacy. Cause we could talk about that. You good. You good. We could talk about that. I ain't got to do it tomorrow. I can do it next week, Thursday. We could talk about that. He said, no, just disregard altogether. We could talk about users now. We could talk about it because it's been a few months since we talked about the topic, so I can always touch on it. And when I touch on it, every time I touch on a similar topic, I talk about it from a different angle. I never do the same show twice. There is similar information that does come up multiple times amongst shows, but I never talk about the same show twice or at least I try not to, because that does get boring. And there is more than one way to approach a scenario, and I want to cover it from as many areas as possible. So I try to talk to you guys from a lot of different areas, but the one thing that I keep consistent is that I'm uniform about my expectations. So it's not a situation where we're bashing women or bashing men or devaluing women or devaluing men, but the modern society has lost its way because of selfishness, greed, and gluttony. And we have to first recognize from a first person's perspective that the reason why we're not satisfied is because we're selfish, we're greedy. Some of us are inconsiderate, and we just want too much of stuff that we don't need without the desire to reciprocate that. And that's the reason why we're not successful with our relationships. Now, once we start being selfless and being humble with what we have, appreciating what we're getting, and not bitching about the stuff that we don't get, because if you put enough effort into getting it, you would deserve it. And if you deserve it, you would have what you deserve. You have what you deserve, whether you like what you got or not. And that's the difference. He said, Xander, I had a friend who was jealous individual of me, and the point where it was dangerous and it was very close. Oh yeah, we could touch base on that just a second. Hold on real quick. Before I touch on that, I want to touch on this. Some couples say that waiting to have childbirth actually brought them closer together. It helped them with communication and made them better and built equal partnerships. And others admit it's been tough, especially when outside voices get loud or when life throws curveballs, because no matter what they do, they don't have the preparation for every unknown X factor that happens in their lives. And that's why making a plan is an outline, but making a plan is not supposed to be the only road that you walk on. It's just crazy for individuals to believe that everything is going to be perfect. It's not always going to be perfect. Sometimes it gets conflictual. So the secret sauce to this is going to be that experts say that it is all about open communication, mutual support, and being flexible as your relationships evolve. So there's no one size fit all answer, and what works for one couple might not work for all. So make sure that you guys ask yourselves these questions so you can put these answers into the comment section. Did you or someone you know have a delayed kid, delay having kids, and how did that affect their relationships? And then I want you guys to tell me, what advice would you give someone who's on the fence about that decision? And I want us to go ahead and talk about those conversations as we start sharing these stories. What was your worries, your wins, your regrets? And don't forget that we're going to be talking about some of these other shows that we got coming up soon. Like Bayside's about to get into this topic right now. We're about to get into this topic right now about friends and problematic friendships. We're going to be talking about relationships and parenthood coming up soon as well. And I want y'all to make sure that y'all hit these like and subscribe buttons. Make sure that y'all hit those reaction buttons, and definitely discuss more honest discussions like the ones we're about to jump into. So let's get into this conversation right here. He said, I had a friend who was jealous. It was a jealous individual of me to the point where it was dangerous and it was very close. He said, also, I asked all my friends how they value friendship, because as you get older, you have fewer friends. And once you have her important, so you have to support one another to good or bad. And this about guys who are jealous or envious of their friends, close friends, and how dangerous it can be. So the most dangerous person in your life is your best friend. The most dangerous person in your life is your best friend, because that's the person that knows all the skeletons in your closet. He knows where you hid the body at. He knows all your deepest, darkest secrets, all of your fraud, all of the crimes that you've ever done, everything that could put you under the jail or just ruin your reputation. Stuff that you don't want people to know about, whether or not it'll incriminate you. You just don't want people to know about it. He know about your government name, even if you've never used your government name. Your friends know everything about you. Your really good friends, your really good friends know about your bank account numbers, cell phone passwords, locks to your house, keys. They got extra keys to your cars and your house and shit like that. The more dependable your best friend is, they could steal your house, your car. They could steal all the money out your bank account. They could ruin your credit because they're so close to you. Now, let's talk about that friend, because that's dangerous. They say keep your enemies closer than to keep your friends, because the closer that they get to you, humans, this isn't just women or men, humans are vengeful. They take their revenge out in different ways. Some people take their revenge out by saying something ridiculous to you. Some people take their revenge out by ruining an opportunity for you. Some people take revenge out by fucking up something that you value. Some people aren't satisfied until they've ruined your life. Now, I know what it's like to have a friend that for some reason likes to get in the way of connections in a jealous fashion. I had to let my friend know that you need to cut that bullshit out, or I'm not going to take you with me nowhere. Because if I'm trying to introduce myself to somebody in a positive light, this isn't a roast session. That makes us both look bad. If you say something negative about me, that makes you look bad as well. People think that they can boost themselves up by talking you down. But if I ain't shit and you fuck with me, then we ain't shit. Women do this a lot too in dating. When they have an ex, they say that the ex is so low in value because that's the ex. But sweetheart, you chose him. So if he is that bad, then what value do you have? Because you are supposed to be entitled to your quality or better. So if you aimed high and got low, then how low is your value? Now, guy friends, there are a lot of males that this is a lot to do with the feminine traits now, because men have a pack mentality. Guys can form male bonds, platonic friendships with one another, and there isn't any issues. There are a lot of guys that can form a feminine bond with one another, and then there is a trying to think of the appropriate word for it, territorial position that they have with their male friends. They will cock block when you're trying to talk to a female friend. They will interfere with your ability to establish a new engagement. They might not sabotage your romantic relationships, but they're not going to really be the co-signer that you need or the wingman that you would prefer to have in your romantic relationship or the one that you're trying to start up. It is very dangerous. You can have some friends that don't want you to be successful because that will cause them to lose you as a friend. He said, Big feels like they deserve it more than you do. You have some that will sabotage your success because they believe that they deserve that particular position more than you. They might sabotage your success with the relationship because they might have wanted the girl that you wanted, and they didn't have the courage to tell you about it before you made a move. They might have wanted the girl that you wanted, but because you saw her first, they backed down. But even though they backed down, because that's part of the bro code, they still want that girl. So they're going to do passive aggressive things so that you can fail, so that they can shoot their shot. Y'all all on the same court, all on the same team, running down the court with the same ball, but he might trip you so that he can make the shot. He might not pass the ball to you. He might just take the shot. Y'all will talk about it later, but the shit's already been done. You will come to find out that as you get older, you're going to have fewer friends because you don't got time to entertain bullshit. You're going to have fewer friends because you're going to prioritize your time better. You're not going to have individuals that will waste your time only showing up when times are good. You need people to be there when times are not good. The older you get, the less you care about what people think about you, and the more you care about how you benefit from the people that you're benefiting. So instead of you having 25,000 followers on social media and that's all you give a shit about, you got 5 good friends. 3 of them that you talk to on a seasonal basis. 2 of them that you might talk to on a monthly basis. 1 of them that you might talk to more than once a month. Because you ain't got no time for that bullshit. Some people, male or female, will be envious of the success of the other people in their network because they're not trying to be successful. They're going to blame their lack of success on other people. It ain't other people. However, though, as a result, because they're blaming their lack of success on other people to keep you from growing past them, they'll allow you to fail. Safety falls. They'll let you hit the ground and bust your head open because they will prefer for you to be down and out with them than to be successful without them. but they have no desire to be successful with you. So they will not apply themselves to doing anything that will make them successful. I said, brother, I told my buddy that I wanted to go to Portugal, Lisbon, and he ran off with his girlfriend there before I did. Weird move. Well, let him go. You got one-uppers in your life. They're not good friends. They're still friends, but they're not good friends. They're one-uppers. If you do something, they want to do it better. If you say something, they want to say it better. If you achieve something, they want to achieve it better. If your spotlight shines, they want their spotlight to shine brighter than yours. Ironically, truth is, it is a form of toxic admiration. They want to be you so bad that they're trying to be you better than you do you. You can take it as a compliment, but it's going to piss you off the whole way through. You want to go to Portugal, your homeboy take his girl to Portugal, that's fine. Go to Portugal by yourself. You wanted to go to Disney World, your homeboy take his girl to Disney World, that's fine. Go by yourself. We was going to go together, but since you took her, that's fine. If this was supposed to be a guy's trip and you turned it into a relationship trip and I'm not in a relationship, that's fine. Y'all go, I'll do something different. We can go, the three of us. We can go, the three of us. But what I had planned, I'm going to do whether your girl want to do it or not. So if we were supposed to go on a nature hike, if we were supposed to go camping in the woods, if we were supposed to go and she don't want to go, fuck her. She can stay at the cabin. I'm still going. Now you can either stay with her or come with me. It's up to you. But I'm not going to stop living my life because you want to live my life better than the way I live my life. Go ahead, live my life. My life, it must be fantastic. With all the hardships and struggles that I go through, my life must be fantastic. If you want to be me that bad, that you got to beat me out on all of my life's goals. What are your life's goals? Because instead of you trying to be me, let's see how well you be you. See how successful you are at that. But we've got friends that do that. We got friends that will allow us to miss out on the best things in our lives. They'll be there for the pity party. But if you don't aim towards my success, then what are you doing here? Not one person in the pit crew is not trying to get you back out on the track as fast as possible. You ain't never seen somebody delay leaving a pit crew because some asshole had to wipe the dirt off the hood of the car before you drove off. They're trying to get the fuck out your way to aid you in being successful. And there is no reason why you should not have friends that are not trying to aid you in being successful. There is no reason why you should not have family that's trying to aid you in being successful. If you are in a family where the people in your household is dragging you down instead of helping you come up, you need to remove yourself from that family. If they're not putting in effort to make you successful, then you got to replace them. The same way you would replace a romantic partner that's not fulfilling her role, you got to replace friends. You got to replace family members, because you cannot choose the family you are born into, but you can choose the family that you keep as an adult. And you should not keep nobody with you that is not aiming towards your success, because when you teach your children the positivities of life, you're not going to teach your children to indulge in toxic behavior. And if you recognize that this is toxic behavior, you got to remove yourself from that toxic behavior. And that's one of the reasons why you have less friends growing up, because the older you get, the less you deal with toxic behavior. You recognize that certain friends was good friends when you was looking for a thrill as a child, but when you became a man, that shit is reckless. It's dangerous. It'll compromise your long-term plans, fuck up all your savings, and ruin all of the progress that you have built. You are not going to socialize with those people no more. He said, I've done way more for him than he has for me, always asking me for help. Remember I told you about that relationship, that friendship contract? It's like, look, man, hey, you want me to help you? All right, I'll help you. Now, this help is going to come at a 15% interest rate, compounded monthly, until you pay me back, and I cannot help you again until you've paid me back in full. Just like when you borrow money from Amscott, you can owe them $550 for as long as you want, but if you want another $500 from them, you got to get them back the $550 you borrowed from them the first time. That is exactly how you take care of people who do you like that. They're going to, come on, bro, help me out, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm the kind of friend that offers to help you before I ask for help. That way, when I ask for help, you shouldn't be able to tell me no. If I have never helped you before, I don't feel like I should ever ask you for help. If I'm not doing something for you to benefit your success, I should not be asking you to support my success. So I make it a point, before I feel comfortable with calling you and telling you that I'm in a spot that I need you to bail me out of, I make it a point to offer to bail out my constituents, my associates, my network, my comrades. Now, I'm not going to sit here and cover the tip so that you can put the down payment on my car, but a favor for a favor. I'm going to offer you something, and typically I do more for them than what they do for me. And the reason why I do more for them than what they do for me is because what they might need is one extreme favor. I might need multiple minor favors. It does not have to be balanced. It doesn't have to be one for one. It doesn't have to be dollar for dollar. But if what you needed was severe, like remember I told y'all about my homeboy that I had to do what I do. I had to stop working so that I could help him keep his job, and I was late for the show that day. But then when I call him and I need him to mail something for me, we work it out. What I need and what you need are two different things. But you were in a catastrophic situation that you did not know how to get yourself out of, and I knew how to get you out of it. Then if I need you to do something for me, I make a call. I helped him out earlier this year, saved him a bunch of money on his taxes. Now, if I need him to print something for me, the money I paid for his taxes, cheaper than the time I'm asking him to print shit. The difference between the two of us is that we can count on each other. If the situation gets deep and he's like, hey, I need, and I got to send him something, if the roles were reversed and I said, hey, I need, then he's going to be like, all right, I got you. He might not have it right this second. He might have to get it to me in a couple of days. But if I know that I'm going to need a few days for him to get it for me, I should call him a few days before I need it so that he can get it to me before I need it. Basically, I said, now I can double back and say how this correlates with the topic at hand, using a man as a place mark until you thought it's ready you. What a baby. Want a baby at 40 plus? Yeah, I remember your buddy. Now, let's double back to that, because we have using a man as a place mark until you thought it's ready you. So there are women that will keep a man in the friend zone as a place mark for a boyfriend until they find a man that can fill that position better than the man that is their male friend. That is why I tell men not to be in the friend zone, because you are giving the woman husband treatment while she is not giving you wife treatment in return. I strongly believe that that is not fair to the man, because no woman would want to be in a friendship with a man and then be giving him wife treatment, and she is not the girlfriend. He's saying, and I'm sorry, I meant now we can double back to say how it correlates with the topic at hand, using a man as a place mark until you're ready to have a baby. Oh, bro, I was getting to that. I kind of was about to piece two and two together because I kind of figured that's where you was going with it. The women that want to be kept by a man but don't want to provide the baby to the man. Oh, you was using a microphone. So the problem that you're gonna have with the microphone, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, is that the AI is programmed to articulate words based on the proper English pronunciations. Anyone with an accent or a deep voice or slang with their verbal communication will not be readily picked up correctly by voice to text. And then you hit send before you proofread it, and then you end up saying something, typing something that you didn't mean. And the good thing about that is that it'll teach you how to articulate your words more clearly so that a voice to text can dictate your words without you having to type it. But until you master articulations and elevating your voice from a lower bass tone, because you don't have to use a Barry White voice with your cell phone. You can use a Steve Urkel voice with your cell phone and it'll process the words. But if you put too much bass in your voice, the pronunciations might blend together and then it gives you a completely different set of words and be completely off key. But you will be able to improve your vocabulary because in order for the AI to type it correctly, you got to speak it correctly. I actually improved my vocabulary when I was back in college by doing exactly that because I didn't want to write 15-page essays all the time. So I would talk into my laptop. It would do a first draft. Then I would edit the first draft. I also used to use autocorrect and T9 back in the day when that used to be the original autocorrect where it would predictive text. And I would learn how to spell words correctly because if I couldn't type it in correctly, it couldn't finish my sentence for me. So in order for me to be lazy, I had to be smart. I had to learn how to speak more clearly. But by articulating my words more clearly and making that a habit, I'm able to be more presentable in a speech scenario like this, but I'm also able to be more presentable in more serious situations like talking with law enforcement or talking to a judge, or talking to a boss if I was trying to get a job, or talking to a contractor if I was trying to close a deal, because now I'm able to articulate in a more clear and concise fashion instead of using that slang, that, you know what I'm saying, that broken English, fabricated statements that I can piece together and then hope that they deciphered my message, because the delivery of a message is not important to the deliverer. The delivery of a message is important to the receiver. So you have to communicate your thoughts to a position where the person receiving your thoughts understands the message. And that's why I get upset with women who agree with what I'm saying but disagree with my delivery. Well, if I delivered it based off of logic and reason, what other delivery do you want? Because I'm not going to give it to you no other way. I'm not going to play to the tune of making it seem like you're not at fault when you made a mistake. And I'm not going to play to the tune that you weren't the victim when you were. If you were victimized, I will recognize your ability to be victimized. But if you were at fault for your situation by making bad choices, I will also equally recognize your mistakes, because in order for me to fix my mistakes, I have to recognize my mistakes. But in order to recognize that there are situations that I'm involved in that I should not be in, that I had no control over, because people who had more authority over my situation than I did made decisions that negatively impacted me, I have to recognize where I can make changes around those authority figures without violating or misrepresenting my position. But back to these women that will utilize men as a placeholder until they're ready to have babies. You got women that will they will have a man be their baby daddy and then turn their male best friend into the child's stepdaddy, because they don't want the man that they got. Exactly correct. You're not a child. They don't want the man that they got, but that man will take care of the child. Women will sacrifice their bodies for other stuff, where their heart will be with the guy that created the child. That's one of the reasons why men don't want to date women that are single mothers, because they're usually still emotionally attached to the father when the child was not an accident or the product of a unwilling engagement. The women that use men knowing that the man wants to be a father but won't give him the child will ride that roller coaster until he starts demanding the child, and then she'll leave him for another man. And the fact is that those women will not be satisfied. For example, anchor babies. If she wants the man, but the man don't want her, she'll get pregnant for the man to keep the man there. He wants to move on with his life, but he can't. She will destroy every relationship that he has going forward, because that child will be a crutch for her to get involved in the next relationship, to destroy the next relationship. Now, here's the flip side, though. There are men that do the exact same thing. They don't deliberately get the woman pregnant, but if she's pregnant, he doesn't want her to have another man in her life, so he will use the child as a crutch to come and mess up her new relationship with her new guy. And that's where you have the crazy baby daddy or the crazy baby mama or whatever. And people don't want toxicity in their relationship. And when there's a child in play, there is a red flag there, because the parent that's not visible at this moment could be the toxic entity in this situation. And if it's not, the parent that has possession of the child is a toxic entity in this relationship, and you're about to get into a toxic relationship with a toxic person. So you have a heightened sense of self-preservation as a man when you're stepping into a relationship with a female that's already got a child, because somebody, both of y'all, did something that y'all not together, and this child is still here. And some of it was the person that's not here, and some of it is the person that is here. And whatever it is that caused the person that's not here to not be here might be the exact same reason where I'm not going to stay long. So then I got to ask myself, do I really want to get involved with this? I'm not going to lie to you. I done had a couple women that talk to me on some of them dating apps, and their profile says divorce. And it's my fault. I clicked the photo. She looked cute before I read the profile. Then she sent me a message. Now, I'm serious about my shit. Them first 20 questions are some tough questions. How long ago did your divorce occur, and what caused the divorce? Bro, that's an ice-breaking question. She don't respond, it's not going to work out between us. You understand? We got I be looking at some photos, and if I got to remember a lot of the times that I can't just swipe right on a photo just because I think that her photo looks attractive. I got to click on that photo and see what her age range is, because if I'm looking at having more kids, her age range has to be enough time for us to get to know each other, and she have to be comfortable enough to have kids. So that means that I got to put her somewhere between 25 and 32. So if she's 41, my question is, do you have any eggs frozen? And if you do you have a surrogate in mind? That's an icebreaker question. But like, if you know what you're about to get yourself into, you got to be able to have answers to these questions. Oh, that's not going to get you first pick out the gate. But whoever you choose is going to be down for the get down, because you already set the precedent. You already set the look, when you go to an interview, your boss ain't going to ask you what's your favorite food, what days do you like off, what do you do on vacation. Your boss don't ask you that. When you're interviewing for a job, they ask you what skills do you have, where'd you learn them from, what equipment do you know how to use. They ask you questions to see if you fit what they're trying to do right now. Can you work on a weekend? Because I'm expecting to put you on a weekend. Can you work on the holidays? Because I'm expecting you to work the holidays. Can you work the night shift? Because I only have availability on the night shift. Can you lift more than 50 pounds? Because while most things in here weigh 35, you might be stuck unloading a truck by yourself. So since I know what I expect, my questions are going to be formulated to recognize that there are things that you're going to be involved in. So yeah, I'm going to ask a question. What's your opinion about dogs? How close are you to dogs? Because these dogs are close. Right now, I got one on my right arm and one on my left foot. They are close. He said, LOL, do Matra background check of Twitch. Okay, so if y'all smart, y'all gonna start doing this. It's gonna take y'all a few years to fall off the grid. Take yourself off of fucking social media. If you make one alias account that you use for bullshit, that's it. And replicate that one alias account across all. I told y'all, no, I didn't tell y'all this, but I should have told y'all this back. I used to do this back in the day with affiliate marketing. You have one email for business, one email for personal, one email for bullshit, and one email for video games. So subscribe to this membership to get a discount. That's your bullshit email. All they're going to do is send you ads. Your gamer account, for those people who play video games, all that account is used for is to link video games. You got one email for your cell phone where all that is supposed to do is roll over your contact list. And that account is not your personal account. The one that when you want to talk to somebody about something important, but that's not your business account, that email is not your cell phone account. I say that in such great detail because if you got one email account that you use for all your social media accounts, that's it. And that email account should not be directly attached to your government name. So when somebody Google background check your ass, ain't shit popping up. Ain't shit popping up. Because if somebody can put your government name into a social media platform and photos and videos of you pop up, you fucking up. But because we're in a generation where everybody does that, they can legitimately find out who you are and how you get down by doing a search engine of your name on that platform. They've got apps out now, and you've been seeing that on TikTok. They've got apps out right now where these guys can actually search for you by putting your name into a search engine and find all of the dating platforms that you're signed up on, because most people put their government name on their profile. Even if they put an alias for the username, they put their government name on their profile. And then if you search for that government name, they will find that government name and every account that is attached to it. Then they can see what you're up to. They can see when the last time you logged in. They got folks that's in an active relationship with a Tinder account that got logged into an hour ago. What you on Tinder for if you got a girlfriend? But yes, you should do a background check on your partner. These women be getting into a relationship, dating this guy for 6 months, and then they gonna put him in this app that's called Are You Dating Him or something like that. It's like an AFAK or some stuff like that app where girls will put this man into this thing where it puts his photo up and shows all the other women in the area on that platform, this guy, so that the women can chime in as to whether or not they're dating this guy or talking to this guy on social media. You can do that. You've got 30 days to background check me. From the day we meet until one of us decides to start getting serious, you got first 30 days, background check me. I don't care. 6 months down the line, there's a trust issue. You're not supposed to trust me in the first 30 days. So you're supposed to background check me. I'm supposed to background check you. The same way you're supposed to get the Carfax on your car before you buy it. The same way you're supposed to test drive your vehicle before you buy it. The same way you're supposed to get the history on this house before you buy it. Background check me. But don't invest in this shit and then background check me. Fuck around with you. You see them scary movies where they buy the house, they've been living there for 2-3 months, and now weird shit starting to happen. Now they want to go and investigate the house, find out somebody died in it 50 years ago. The house been haunted. You the first person to move in since the last person died. You stupid. You should have been double checking this house before you put your money down on it. You should be double checking this person before you put your money down on it. You should be double checking this person before you spread your legs for them. We're so quick to get laid that we forget. You don't know who you talking to. This person could be an axe murderer. Y'all seen Norman Bates? Y'all see that movie You on Netflix, that series You on Netflix? How many women he killed on that series? He killed 5-7 people per season. And they ain't never called him. And then the fact is that they're getting involved with a complete stranger. Don't care to know nothing about him as long as he know everything about her. But sweetheart, that's what stalkers do. They know everything about you. You don't know nothing about them. They put you in a van with no windows on it and you're never seen again. So why don't you know everything about this man? Now, since we're talking about female safety, why is it that a man puts all of these questions up in the air to get to know a woman, her wants, needs, desires, likes, and dislikes? And for the interest of her own safety, she don't do the same fucking thing. Because I can tell if you crazy based on the shit that you like. I can tell that you got some bullshit going on just by the shit that you do. Just the choices that you make. I might not want to make them choices with you. I can ask you the right question at the wrong time and a red flag pop up, and that's the end of our engagements. But if a female don't give a shit about the dude that she talking to, he's spending a lot of money. He's showing her a lot of stuff. He's a whole new world magic carpet ride, and she just going along for the ride. You still swearing to God that I'm assaulting when I'm a street rat. Because you ain't never tried to figure out where the fuck I come from. And if you're down for that, you have bought the image that I was selling. And that's what a lot of people do. They buy the image that the other person is selling. Men buy the image that the women are selling. Then when she tired of carrying that image, she take the weave out, take the nails out, take the eyelashes out, take the makeup off. She a completely different person. Now, because you've been investing in the falsehood for so long, now you got to pay for the upkeep. Because she not as cute as she was when she had all that stuff on. Because she allowed you to become attracted to a falsehood. Now that she looks like her real self, she might have went from a 9 in your eyes to a 4. Still not behaving the way a 4 would behave when that 4 is cherishing the ground that you walk on. Which means that she's lost value. If you ever bought a car that looked like there was nothing wrong with it, and then after you bought the car, you see a dent, a scratch, a chip, a cracked bumper, something that you missed before you paid for it, you're so disappointed in the car now. It ain't the same car, but it's the same car. That's how men feel about relationships when we get with a girl. Oh, we was attracted to her because she had that long hair in the club. Then when she take the hair off at the house, you're like, oh, shit. This is the stuff that we get ourselves into. And I understand this. Look, when we're dealing with the relationships, we got many women today that are facing the challenge of balancing their love lives, their careers, their ambitions, and their desire to start a family. And with the globalization that we've got going on right now, the pool of potential partners has expanded exponentially, leading to more women exploring relationships with people from different cultures and backgrounds. And this expansion of potential partners can lead to a broader range of experiences and personal growth, where the career-driven women often find themselves at a crossroads, weighing the importance of establishing a secure financial future against the ticking clock of her reproductive years, where foreign women who love to have something more serious, they have this complicated decision, as it may introduce new dynamics such as differing cultures, expectations, or the need to relocate. And it's harder to relocate if you already got a child than it is for you to relocate without one. The influence of foreign love on a woman's decisions to delay motherhood can be significant, particularly when considering the role of cultural expectations in family planning, where women in relationships with partners from cultures that place a strong emphasis on family may feel pressure to accelerate their plans for motherhood, while those in relationships with partners from cultures that value independence and career achievement may feel more inclined to delay. So the globalization nature of modern relationships has led to more interconnected worlds where women are exposed to a variety of perspectives on family and relationships altogether. And like he said, then they take off the war paint. That's a good explanation for it. When they take the war paint off, it is going down. You're gonna find that there's that the first time you take all that hair, makeup, and all that stuff off at the same time, your man look at you different, treat you different, because you're not the woman that he wants. Now that he knows what's behind the mask, he's not interested anymore. Now, foreign relationships can also shift a woman's perspective on what she wants from her life and her expectations for a partner, where potentially leading to a revolution of her timeline for motherhood, where the process of navigating a foreign relationship can be transformative, encouraging personal growth and a broader understanding of the world. So societal pressures that also play a role, as women may feel judged by their communities or families for their choices regarding motherhood, particularly if those choices are influenced by a foreign partner. They're going to deal with negative feedback. So if they're in a culture that is encouraging motherhood and they're delaying motherhood because they want to go to a culture that does not encourage motherhood, they're going to be shunned in their society. And likewise, if they're in a society that encourages the delay of motherhood and they're rushing towards motherhood because of the culture that is rushing towards motherhood, they'll also be shunned in that society. Studies have shown that women in international relationships often experience a shift in their priorities, with some choosing to delay motherhood to focus on their career or to establish a more stable financial foundation, where expert opinions suggest that this trend is not only driven by personal choice, but also by the economic and social realities of modern life, because everything is fucking expensive right now. And the decision to delay motherhood, being as complex and multifaceted as it is influenced by a combination of personal, cultural, and economic factors. So since research indicate that women who delay motherhood often do so with the intention of providing a more secure and stable environment for their future child, the key insight from these studies is that foreign love can indeed influence a woman's decisions regarding the timing of motherhood, but this influence is just one part of a larger puzzle. So women's choices about when to become mothers are shaped by a myriad of factors, including their relationships, careers, and personal aspirations, where the trend of delaying motherhood is a global phenomenon, as y'all see in Asia, where they're having a population control problem, where they're not able to maintain the population because too many people are putting off birth until 35, reflecting broader societal changes and the evolving rules of women in the family and the workforce. By understanding these factors, we can gain a deeper insight into the complex decisions of women facing considerations towards motherhood. The relationships between foreign love and the timing of motherhood is a nuanced and influenced scenario by a wide range of factors, including the cultural backgrounds, personal aspirations, and the pursuit of career goals. So the decisions to delay motherhood in a personal aspect can still be shaped by individual circumstances and priorities. So while delaying pregnancy is a personal decision, it is still going to be affected by the career, financial, and relationship factors, and can carry increased risks for mental and physical health, as well as the social challenges. So supportive interventions And awareness can help women navigate these complexities, but they have to have a positive social network to do this. Now, since we've marched through most of this, I actually want to thank you guys for watching. I want you guys to remember that you guys got to like and subscribe and comment. Extra special shout out to Bayside, Rooterus, and Satellite for tonight's show. Also, special shout out to Usman. If you guys are interested in more contents like family planning, you want to make sure that you stay tuned to some of the videos that we're going to be having coming up next week. We do have a good show for tomorrow, and we already crushed the topic about friendship, so we don't have to throw that one into next Thursday's show. But if you guys have any other questions or comments that y'all would like for me to end up producing a show about, throw those in the comments as well, because we definitely take all of the information that you guys give us, as long as I can keep up with them. And I do research and I come back with a lot of stuff for you guys. So I love those intellectual questions that I get from Bayside. Special shout out to Bayside. I like the ones that Rev Chap 76 throws at me, because they're always the kind of open-ended questions that make you come out and think. And apparently, since I got my head screwed on right, I'm thinking the way everybody else was expecting it to come out. And they're like, yeah, that makes sense. And that's what I try to do here on This and That, as I always try to make it make sense before I walk out the door. So with that being said, I want to start off by saying, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to ask you ladies to keep making it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. We're about 71% followers of the male perspective. I really appreciate the fellas, because this is a male-driven podcast from a male's perspective. So without the fellas, we wouldn't be nothing on this channel. So I really appreciate you guys for coming to the show. I want to thank you guys for coming to tonight's show. Welcome. Thank you for coming to This and That, where I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I'm going to see you guys tomorrow night.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. I'm not landing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground.